recognized symbol of excellence in sports entertainment.
Here we are talking about AAA.
Oh, what a ride.
I'm excited to learn about this because I have to be honest with you. I didn't know a lot about AAA. I still don't, but I'm learning. And I know this is the company that Antonio Pena founded. And I know that this year they're celebrating their 30th anniversary. The company first started in 1992, and you're still in Memphis, but about to transition to become a television star. Growing up in Memphis, what did you know of Lucha Libre, or is that just something you heard about or saw in magazines?
Well, I guess right off the top, we're going to give our old buddy Dave Meltzer a shout out because, look, dressing room stories, namely from my father and others, but years and years ago, the Lucha family. And so Paco Alonso, who's passed away, but CMLL, I think they're about to celebrate their 89th anniversary. I may have that a little, but it's right in there. We're a long time. Arena Mexico. It was, and I don't want to say it was a one promotion country, but it was one major promotion, CMLL. And then Mexico is a completely different culture in wrestling. I have always been fascinated, Conrad. As a young guy, I would read Meltzer's sheets and look through the Japan and the Mexico notes later on, specifically the TNA years, a little bit in WCW. Mike Tenay was an incredible
resource for you.
Of just a massive amount of knowledge that he would pour in, because I was always interested. I was, interested in Japan and how that came about, and back to the Ricky Dozen days, and then how Inoki and Baba actually, worked together, and then they split off in their two companies. And then you go to Mexico, and pulling around here to 1992, that Antonio Pena, which is Dorian Roldan's uncle, his mother's brother, but Pena was essentially a booker or worked in the office for CMLL, and he broke off in 1992. And that's how the company started. And when you look at Worlds Collide, and that's, I'm jumping ahead here, but in the early 90s and through the 90s, Conan was obviously a resource, and a lot of folks that Eric used on WCW, La Parca, the Villanos, and we could go after luchador. Everybody knows Rey Mysterio, but in the early years, the Guerreros, just there were so many different names that were exposed to the U.S. audience through WCW. But through the sheets and me learning about that culture, I didn't follow it every week, but I was always fascinated on the news that would come out of it. You would hear about Arena Mexico sold out again. And then you hear AAA, and Jake went down there, and I'm getting long-winded here, but so I read it about it in the sheets, and I would ask different folks, and you hear about different guys going down there, and hey, I'm going to work a year in Mexico and that kind of stuff. So, Eddie and Art Barr. I mean, we could go on and on, but I had arm's length knowledge. But my father worked for the went down a couple of times, didn't wrestle, but just from a promotional point of view, and had a relationship with the Luteroff family going back to the 70s.
I can't wait for us to talk more about Pena's background and how AAA really became a thing, because he was a wrestling genius and had the hot hand down there and had the support of a television outlet that said, hey, if you go do your own thing, and here we are. Jeff, but before we do that, I got a question for you. When's the last time you just did a Google search for your name or your email address?
Oh, Conrad, don't hit me with that kind of question, because it's a little tricky these days. You never know what's going to pop up.
I mean, you have been a Nashville celebrity, a wrestling superstar since the mid 80s.
Stop it.
I'm sure people are looking up your information, but it doesn't just happen for big time, Hall of Famers like Jeff Jarrett. It happens for folks like you and I. It's uncomfortable to have your information exposed or for sale like this. Here's what you may not know. Data brokers will actually sell your information to scammers, spammers, and man, just anybody else who wants to target you. I'm talking about your full name, your email, your home address, your health, your relatives. It's all out there available for the taking, and it's for sale. And that's why I've been using Aura, the sponsor of today's video. Aura shows me which data brokers are selling my information and automatically submits opt-out requests for me. I actually just signed up for this. And guys, I've been in the credit business for over 2 decades, but I didn't realize it was this easy to opt out of all this data broker business. Cleaning up my information not only helps reduce the amount of spam I get, and isn't that nice, but it also protects me from hackers who could use this information to help them access my social media accounts, my bank accounts, or other sensitive information. Aura also does so much to protect me and my family from online threats that I can't see. I get other bonus features like antivirus and VPN and password management, parental controls, how about identity theft insurance, all that and more, without having to download several different apps. It really is easy to set up, but the best of all is I get everything at one affordable price. Now, you may already have 1 or 2 of these tools now, but not having Aura is like locking the front door, but leaving your back door wide open. Aura is always on, doing the hard work of keeping me safe so I can focus on other tasks with peace of mind. I value my privacy and I value yours. So go right now to aura.com/myworld. That's aura.com/myworld to start your 2-week trial. It's also linked in today's description for today's episode. But just type in your Google machine right now, aura.com/myworld.
One-stop shop, Connie. One-stop shop.
Come on, man. Stop those data brokers from exposing your personal information. Check it out, aura.com/myworld to get a free 14-day trial and see how much of yours is being sold. Aura.com/myworld. Now, Jeff, let's get back to the show. Let's talk about your existence with them. Mm-hmm. So they start in 92. You start TNA literally 10 years later. So they've only got a 10-year head start on you. And very quickly, as it's written, you reach out to AAA about doing some sort of a talent exchange. Is that how it went down? Did you deal directly with Pena, or what was that process like?
Yes. So it goes without saying, if people, the history of TNA, the X division was
the bread and butter.
It was a division that we wanted to create that. It was really a hybrid of forms. I love the Lucha Libre, which is high flying, which we had obviously seen on WCW, but also European mat wrestling and European independent wrestling was really British specifically, was just starting to kind of blossom, but very, very young. Obviously the hard hitting style of Japan. So when you watch the independent scene, a young AJ Styles, a lot of guys that are around today, but when you watch that independent scene, they didn't have the ability to go tell stories in these independent shows, but they had great matches. So let's form a division around different styles. Well, I wanted to bring in, Lucha Libre style and really do the natural progression of, hey, that's what we do. Well, no, it's a little bit different, but there is an innate storyline using Lucha Libre in the X division, and there was going to be great matchups. And so the natural conduit was going to be AAA and Pena and Conan in the early days. Obviously was right in the middle of that. And, that had a falling out. I don't want to get too far ahead of the story, but this entire story, if you're not a Lucha Libre fan, just give it a second, because I think you're going to find some fascinating tidbits that come along. Because for my career, Conrad, what was it, 36 years, but my Mexico run or runs or the part of it is some of the best times, some of the most successful times, and really some of the craziest times I've ever spent in my life.
I'm excited to talk about it just because I saw some footage of the heat that you had down there years ago and thought, I don't remember seeing anything like this. I mean, imagine the way the NWO, trash brigade would show up back in the day. And this is multiple levels higher than that. So clearly it's important. You want to try to establish relationships with offices around the world with your new venture TNA. And of course I got to bring this up, and I know it feels like we pick on him, but I think a lot of him, and he's always been cool with me. And Vince Russo was a big part of the early days of TNA, and he was pretty vocal even in WCW that he didn't see a lot of value in Japanese wrestling or lucha libre. He was not about the in-ring stuff. He was about the story stuff. And those guys, because they usually weren't fantastic communicators in English, Russo maybe dismissed a little bit. Do you remember him objecting to the idea that there was featured AAA matches or presentations on the program? Or did he understand it had value, but it was just never going to be something he focused on?
Sir Conrad, make sure that I don't get out of bounds here. I want to make sure that I clearly articulate this. Russo never, ever, to my knowledge, WCW included, but we're talking about TNA, he never had any personal dislike.
Yes.
It was nothing from a personal. If it's Juventud Guerrero, Juventud made Russo laugh. I'm
not saying he didn't like the guys. He just didn't see money in it for this audience, right?
Okay. So a complete 180. He despised the fact that we would give Lucha Libre or Japanese, or I'll just say this, non-English speaking talent much TV time, because he didn't believe you could tell stories.
I say
it's just, he didn't. And I can remember saying, Vince, that's why you have mouthpieces. And I don't mean that as a derogatory term, but you have managers and all that. You also have the ability to have subtitles. You also have the ability to have a Conan. And we're going to get into Conan here in a little while. I don't think people understand the magnitude of his talent and his notoriety and the importance he has played, not just in Lucha Libre, but in American wrestling. It's one of those things, unfortunately, 30 years from now, I think a lot of people are going to go, oh, wow, Conan was this. And I know he's got Keeping 100, and I guest on there, and he's great and fun to talk with. But the importance of his thread throughout his entire career it's remarkable. But Russo did not like Lucha Libre talent on TNA at all.
So let's talk about that, because I know that some people are going to, hate on Russo for what we just said there. But the reality is, in fairness, this is years before America fell in love with shows like Narcos and the like that are mostly subtitled. By and large, there was not a lot of subtitled programming that Americans were consuming on a regular basis. And there was even a sentiment that people were not ashamed of. And of course, we've gotten better as a society. But there was a whole lot of folks who were pounding if you live here, speak English type behavior. And now we realize, well, that was fucking stupid, or most of us do. Mm-hmm. But I do think that he was probably taking a look at the television landscape at the time here in America and saying, there's not a lot of subtitled stuff here in America. So I can kind of get that. Now we know. Well, take a look at the success of Narcos and half a dozen other shows that are mostly subtitles. And man, we can't wait to binge watch them. Stories are stories. And the emotion in wrestling most of the time is the storytelling in the ring. And that's not usually guys talking. That's their facials. That's the way they move with their body and their body language and all that stuff. And then the announcers just sort of, tell the story. And I think it's possible with really good announcers like Hugo and Carlos and guys like that who can do it both ways. I mean, it works for me. Another prime example of this, and I know you know this and you believe in it, the first New Japan Wrestle Kingdom I ever bought was the one where you hired JR to come in and do English, because without that English commentary, I didn't feel like I could get emotionally invested. So I understand why maybe Russo felt that way, but if we have the same performers, the same presentation, but a voiceover from JR, it made all the difference in the world for me, for New Japan, and for Fight. So kudos to you for recognizing, hey, there's value in that. We've just got to know how to present it to this audience.
And at the very core of a wrestler, performer, sports entertainer, whatever you want to call us, the Hispanic culture is much more passionate in life. Get outside of wrestling, get outside of soccer, get outside of culturally in Mexico City or Monterrey or Acapulco or wherever. You go down into those communities, and just the dialogue and the conversation, it's much more passionate. So you put that coupled in ring hard hitting, high flying, unique action. To me, it was really an element of early TNA that set us apart. It's like, oh, okay, you don't get to see that on anywhere else. And it really, to me, it resonated with our brand.
I'm curious, was there ever any consideration to have these type conversations with CMLL, or why was AAA the spot to go? Is it just the relationship with Conan at the time?
I think Conan, I think Juventud Guerrero, I think there's others that wanted to work here. CMLL, if I remember correctly, and that's what I tried to jar my brain on different things, they were difficult to even have conversations with. They had their own thing going and didn't really, if they weren't interested in sending talent up here, which was a big part of the component that we wanted. Hey, we want luchadors to come to come to TNA, not just us have the, we wanted it to be a two-way street. And I was more concerned about getting talent up here. And of course they were like, hey, we'd like to get talent down there. And I said, okay, let's make it work. And we did. It was a stutter start, and it was difficult at times, and the exchange rate, and we'll get into kind of lots of those issues, but we were really trying to make it work. And through all the ups and downs, I look back on my relationship with Pena. I am very grateful, very, very grateful in a lot of ways.
Talk to me a little bit about the 6-sided ring. I think the first time I ever saw that was in Mexico. And then, of course, we know it became a big part of TNA. Is that where the idea first came from? I mean, you've told us the story before about doing it to get shelf space for toys. I get that. But is that your first experience with it? Is in Mexico?
Yeah, prior to that, and I'm not sure exactly the dates, but when I went down there and walking into the arena the first time I saw it and going up, I just remember seeing it basically from the stage, the go position, walking through the curtain, just, early in the day and looking at it. I'm like, wow, that is impressive. That's now you have to go back 2002, 3, 4, 5. Think about where UFC was as a brand. It was really just, Tito, Ken, Tito, I want, Liddell, the early names, but UFC was taken off, and it just had that octagon feel. And I'm talking about UFC. Go to Mexico, get to the arena and see the lights and the sponsorships, and it's just a different vibe, and it's a different aura down there. And I remember walking Conrad up in the bleachers, and I said, hey, give me a second. I want to get up and see how the fans see this. Like, what are they viewing? And I got up and I walked around at a couple of different sight lines just looking at it. And the wrestling ring is our stage. That's, no matter how you slice and dice it, as performers, we get up on our stage, and that's what we do. And the 6-sided ring just gave it a little bit of a fight feel, a little bit of a different vibe, but it felt bigger and unique. And the key word for me was, that's innovative.
Yes,
that is different. Let's roll with that. And so I was, from the very first time I saw it, Conrad, I said, somehow, some way, I'm going to integrate that into the product.
So in late 2003, Mr. Pena shows up at a TNA show and provides some Spanish commentary with Conan. And for those who don't know the backstory, once upon a time, the idea of that happening would have been insane. Meltzer described it like this: Pena and Conan together is almost like Vince McMahon doing commentary with Bret Hart. Because the two are legendary enemies in Mexico after a long association, when Conan quit and took most of the top talent with him years ago, after they were the two key players in building AAA. So this is almost like when my parents met Conan for the first time, it was StarCast in Vegas. And I was trying to explain to them what a big deal it was that Conan's here. Because my parents, they don't keep up with wrestling. They're just, regular Alabama folks who know their son likes wrestling, but whatever.
Roll Tide.
And I said, Mom and Dad, because they knew I was a big Hulkamaniac as a kid, because they bought me the action figures and posters and took me to shows and blah, blah, blah. And I said, Conan is like the Hulk Hogan of Mexico. And Conan corrected me and says, without some of the issues these days, which was funny. And we had a nice little laugh. But I was just trying to contextualize what a big star he was. And much like when you take a look at the mid 80s people talk about the success of the WWF and they say, who was more responsible, Vince McMahon or Hulk Hogan? And most people eventually, as they talk circles around each other, they say, well, they kind of needed each other to do it. I think the same could be said for AAA with Konnan and Pena. And I'm saying that as a half-assed guy trying to learn and figure out what's what. I just know Konnan was the big star. And when he was willing to do some stuff with Pena, boom, that thing just blew wide open. And he became a much bigger star than just a wrestler. And a lot of that helped AAA. And since they had this big falling out during the WCW years, the idea of seeing them together is pretty crazy. And it happened at your show. How cool is that?
I'm going to sort of add to your descriptors of Konnan. So I've always, but I've never really spoke up because it just, hey, that's the Hulk Hogan of Mexico. I almost think that's disrespecting Konnan, not because of the comparison at all. Yeah, he tongue in cheek, y'all had fun of that. But imagine if you really look at, and I know George Scott or Pat Patterson, but whoever the booker was during the heyday of Hogan's run, and there's a couple in there, but you take Konnan, who was a mega box office attraction, a la Hulk Hogan.
Yes.
Then you take the booking mind of
Pat Patterson,
Eddie Graham, blah, blah, blah. We can fill in the blank there.
And also make him a TV star.
Okay. Then all of a sudden you have a crossover, Cena, Rock, whatever it is. He's a crossover on that. Then here's kind of just to roll it down. And because I just think to tell today's story justice, we have to identify Pena and everything we can, Konnan, and then Dorian. There's three gentlemen that played a massive influence in my life. But Konnan, and then the eye for talent, the cultivation of talent, him and Pena got sideways. And so Pena started this company. He left CMLL. Him and Konnan are rocking and rolling with this company called AAA. And then Konnan leaves that and takes a lot of talent. It's kind of a fascinating, unheard of story. And then here, fast forward to 2002, 3, 4, I'm launching this company. I want to work with both guys. Konan's making it happen. They're up here and they're in this little old Wednesday night show. Literally, hell froze over in the asylum. That huge echoes and earthquakes and aftershocks went through the Lucha Libre culture because Konnan and Pena are on commentary together.
Sitting side by side. It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. Yes.
Now, the other fellow who's running the other show. So we're trying to talk to an audience here today, Jeff, who probably mostly are familiar with WCW and the WWF, and Lord bless them for that. And thank you. But they had their own similar war down there. While the WWF and WCW are waging war up here, it's very much AAA and CMLL down there. And the guy who's sort of steering the ship with the more heritage organization, because CMLL, to your point, was founded not in 1992 like AAA, but 1933.
Jesus.
CMLL is like the WWE. Exactly. And then here comes AAA, and they've got all the hot, fancy stars. And that's like the new WCW Nitro era with AAA. But the other fellow, the Vince McMahon, if you will, down yonder in CMLL, is Paco Alonso. And there's a rumor that all of a sudden, Mr. Alonso figures out, wait a minute, there might be an opportunity to saddle up to what might be the number 2 wrestling promotion in the world behind WWE. What do you got, Mr. Jarrett? How do you remember that happening where all of a sudden there was some interest from Paco Alonso?
Again, we were so young in infant stages and wanting to do business. We've covered this on here, Hulk and New Japan, and how, I flew over there and cracked Hulk with a guitar or early days, which was a whole nother fascinating story. But how do we create partnerships? And I know today they call it the forbidden door. Years ago, in generations in the 70s or 80s, and specifically early 80s, get promotions to work together. But again, my father had a relationship with Paco's uncle, but Paco and that crew. And okay, look, we're open for business with anybody. And I think Paco saw Pena and AAA's talent coming up here, and we paid them well. And I say, well, not any higher than anybody on our card, but the exchange rate made it very, very lucrative for Mexican talent just based off the exchange rate alone. He reached out. There were some conversations. They never really got anywhere, candidly, but again, trying to make some noise early years of TNA. I love AG1. I absolutely love it.
Antonio Pena, this is directly from the Observer, was once again at the TNA show on October 8th. Apparently he got word that Paco Alonso might come in and decided to try and solidify his position as far as a working agreement goes. One of the ideas is to send a group of TNA wrestlers to Mexico. Pena likes Gilberti, aka Disco, because he's into the good-looking guys dancing with either group as heels. This angle would work, but the problem is there's no money in it because of the weak peso. Pena is talking about doing regular pay-per-views in the U.S. next year, but we hear that every year about a major U.S. expansion. He's said to be against the idea of using TNA guys for a U.S. versus Mexico program, feeling that because CMLL has done Mexico versus Japan and Mexico versus Puerto Rico, that the nostalgic angles may have been done to death. Konnan and Pena talked at length at the show, including Konnan giving Pena back the AAA World Heavyweight title from the mid-90s. Others close to the situation say Pena still won't consider bringing Konnan back, although the idea of bringing Konnan and Vampiro in as a team and splitting them up for a feud has been talked about, as Vampiro is seriously considering switching sides. Jarrett talked to them about going to Monterrey for the upcoming Latin Lover versus Hector Garza hair match, and there's a feeling among the major promoters in Mexico it's a sign of weakness and backing down to use Konnan, which is something of an unofficial blacklisting. Pena, who was also not all that high on the NWA heavyweight title being defended in Mexico, says the NWA name no longer means much there any longer. Well, that's probably true. I mean, the NWA title has at this point been on the rocks for quite a while, and I understand you're trying to breathe new life into it here, but when Turner moved away and they stopped referring to the NWA world title on WCW TV, by and large, it was no longer a focal point. And then I know they tried a few times to bring it back, but your initiative, you thought, hey, here's some heritage and blah, blah, blah. And we've broken down why that didn't work. But I am fascinated in the idea that they want to do a talent exchange, but it doesn't make sense for the American guys to go because they'd probably be taking a pay cut just based on the exchange rate. That's pretty fascinating, is it not?
Well, a little more context in that the NWA title positioning, and you'll get this, the light bulb will go off immediately. Pena wasn't enamored with it for a number of reasons that you've stated and kind of obvious. The other thing was the NWA, I don't know if it was the junior title, it was some other title, but the NWA brand was closely associated with CMLL. He wanted nothing to do with anything, and smartly so. He wanted his brand to be on point. So NWA was more associated with the CML brand as opposed to a AAA brand. So he didn't really see any value in that. And yes, the NWA fallen on hard times, but the number one reason was that the NWA brand was more aligned with CMLL. I don't know if that makes sense, but the exchange, talent exchange, because of the peso being so off from the dollar, that was an issue. But on the flip side, that's why it's so different nowadays. Nowadays, guys, if they want to, can work, I mean, every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It really wasn't that way in 2002, 3, 4, 5. The independent scene was not near as blossoming. So my thought was, hey, guys, you're not going to make a lot of money, but you are going to get work, and you are getting a part to be a part of a major brand in Mexico. It's going to help your career. And for the most part, Abyss, David Young, Michael Shane, there were some other guys that were like, I'll go every week if they'll send me. That didn't turn out to be the case, but there were other guys that was like, let's roll. I want to go.
It's got to be a cool opportunity. You know, I don't know why this has been this way, but it feels like for a long time, we would see guys who would be pretty loud and proud out there about saying that their goal was to wrestle in Japan someday. Why do you think people never really spoke about that? They didn't speak about Mexico the same way. Why do you think that is?
I would have to say Japan probably paid better overall. They also, I'm not saying guys stayed in 5-star hotels, but it was all bus travel. The accommodations, comparatively speaking, Japan was a little bit better.
But Jeff, you say that as somebody who's been to both places. I think there was a large contingent of younger wrestling fans who and maybe it was the Meltzer effect. I'm not sure.
I think,
but they really wanted to work in Japan, like without the knowledge of it's bus travel and it's nicer accommodations and it pays better. It was just a goal that they wanted to be maybe on one of those. Maybe this is back in the tape trading era. They wanted to be on one of those tapes, but I don't know why that became the thing, because you look back and you see all the incredible history that we've got in Mexico.
Oh gosh.
And it's like we instead romanticize, and by the way, it's fantastic stuff. All Japan and New Japan, all that great stuff. But like the legendary runs that happened in Mexico just don't get spoken about as often. And I find that curious. And I wonder, do you think that is the Meltzer effect of some sort?
I think a little bit of a Meltzer effect. I also think that Mexico, the promoters guarded their spots much closer. Like Japan, they had a mindset. A lot of times, whether it was, I mean, we could go back through the years, Johnny Ace and Murdoch and different, there were U.S. talent that their job was to, Rocky Romero. I mean, their job is to book Americans. That's so the Japan culture always had Americans, for the most part, indoctrinated into their presentation. Mexico's format is, you can look at every show and you can see exoticos, you can see minis, you can see high flyers, you can see their version of hardcore, and then you essentially see a personal issue, whether it's mask versus mask or mask versus hair, but a personal issue that draws mega money. That's the money match that they come to see. Everything's great on the card, but you look at the main events through the years, that's what sold that it's always sold the tickets. So the culture and presentation was much more built around not using international stars when you look at Japan and Mexico.
It is reported that you and your father did appear at the Latin Lover Hector Garza hair match. Talk to me about what you remember of seeing that show. And is that the first time? I almost feel silly asking this, but I don't know. Is that the first time your dad had been to a show like that?
I think back in the 70s, 80s, but it's the first Pena show, my first Pena show. Just looking at the culture and how things were done, now here we are. What was that, 2000? That at the end of 2003, I want to say, into 03, 4, but yeah, right in that time frame. But yes, we wanted to go down and just kind of get a vibe for the product. And we both were, look, it's gosh, such a different time. But yeah, we wanted to go check it out for sure.
What was his impression?
My dad's?
Yes.
I just kind of touched on this. I could remember him saying little things like, see, personal issues draw money.
Yeah.
Get the main event. It's all built around on passion and, just high drama, which I always thought was really cool, but that would be his top line comment.
October 26th, 2003 is where Latin Lover would beat Hector Garza in the hair versus hair match.
Wow. In Monterrey.
Yep, you're exactly right. In Monterrey.
See, and that's another thing. People think Monterrey, Mexico. It's a hour flight from Dallas, if that. I mean, it's really, really close to the States when you really, it's the northern part of Mexico. So that's another thing that, Japan, you can't get there quick. You just can't. Mexico, I mean, down and back, easy. Down one day, back the next day. So totally different world.
Your first set of TNA talent to go to AAA, as you sort of alluded to earlier, Michael Shane and David Young, two guys we don't hear about very often these days. David Young was one of the early TNA guys who had one hell of a spine buster. I think he's a Georgia guy. Might be wrong on that, but
Georgia guy, definitely. Hell of a talent.
I mean, really, I kind of thought, man, this guy, he's going to be like a C.W. Anderson, Arn Anderson type. And then his career seemingly plateaued a little bit. Why do you think that was?
He never, I don't say elevated, but he just, it didn't, is one of those guys, his in-ring ability was just I was going to almost say phenomenal, but you see a young AJ Styles, David Young match, off the charts, just great in-ring work, connecting with the audience. I don't ever remember Dave even heading in that direction where he was going to connect emotionally. And some guys just end up that way. Great dude, though. Absolutely great guy.
And then the other name that we don't hear about nearly enough, Michael Shane. Lots of rumor and innuendo that he may have had some family in the wrestling business. You want to tell everybody about that?
I'll let you tell. But Michael, you talking about Shawn Michaels?
Yes.
Yeah. They're how are they related? Distant?
Well, I mean, I think the gimmick was he was like a nephew or cousin or something, but I don't even know if it was real. Yeah. I mean, he wrestled as I guess Shawn Michaels is technically his cousin. I'm not sure, but I saw him first with you as Michael Shane. I know later he wrestled as Matt Bentley, and I think he's like my age, like 40 something. So
hell of a talent.
Yeah. Why did we not see more with him? Do you think? Yeah, just looked. He's 42 years old, and so think about this: 20 years ago, when he's doing all this with you, he's 21.
Yeah,
and living his dream to getting to be paid to be a professional wrestler and
a hell of a
pay-per-view with you, and now going to Mexico. Maybe was it too much too soon for him? Do you think?
We just touched on David and Michael Shane, Matt Bentley. A great guy. It's some guys, and I'm not saying neither one of them had the passion to do it, but for whatever reason, life just didn't turn out. Whether they didn't pursue it, whether they didn't get the right break at the right time. Timing is, as we all know, wink, wink. Timing is wink, wink. Everything, Conrad, as you've been teaching. No, but just timing, life, circumstances, opportunity. The old definition of luck: preparation meets opportunity. You're a lucky son of a gun. So on with the conversation, my friend.
We've been preparing a lot. Preparing for this big Dallas meeting of the minds in a couple of days.
Trying to jab you back.
Preparing for Chicago next week. Preparing for LA the week after that, or the West Coast. Preparing for Mexico in 3 weeks.
Oh my God!
It's going to be pretty. I signed my NDA. Did you sign your NDA yet? I'm not kidding around. Like I haven't even told you about the second thing. You got another NDA coming today.
DocuSign is a wonderful program.
I use mine on Doc. Since we've been on this call, you saw me moving around over here. That was me signing.
No, it wasn't.
I do it on Doc. I swear on my mother. All right, there's another one coming your way. It's about something next April. Anyway, Meltzer would say, I don't believe there is a prayer of this happening. And Jeff Jarrett talked about Pena wanting the Bound for Glory pay-per-view in Mexico in an interview a few weeks ago. He was serious. Pena suggested having the show at, I'm going to butcher this, El Torrio, feeling the size of the crowd would make TNA look major league and international. Pena feels Hogan's name alone would ensure a sellout. Now, of course, this is the era where you're trying to get Hogan on paper. He's working you, which we've discussed in the archives. You debate that, but I plant my flag on Hogan was working you, brother. Check it out in the archives. Do you remember seriously considering, hey man, what if we did a Bound for Glory in Mexico? That would have felt big, right?
Oh, huge. And, my father and myself, when we went down there, and you just kind of hear of the houses and they're doing this and doing that. El Torrio is the old bullfighting arena. It's, is it 18,000? It's huge. It's a big arena. We'll get to that story in a little bit, but Pena, as you can tell, just by that little paragraph, from Uncle Dave's, newsletter, he is a big idea guy, a big thinker. When you really think of where AAA is at today, celebrating their 30th anniversary, but it started in the mind, literally the thoughts of Pena in creating these characters La Parca. I mean, I could go all the way down the list, but Pena was one of those guys that created IP, created intellectual property. And so, again, a big idea guy that you can monetize and run it as a business, and it's not just wrestling. So he's thinking, okay, we can have this big mega show, which he was spot on. Now, getting the logistics and getting it done, the concept was great. The execution, and as you said, lots of hurdles to climb, and whether Hogan's working us or not, it didn't work out. But in concept, it was, I mean, just think about that. What if, Conrad, had we pulled that off? A young TNA, 18 months old, and we're doing a show with 18,000 people on pay-per-view and Hulk and all that. Didn't happen. Hell of a concept, though.
Well, it almost doesn't even get kicked off the right way. The Observer would say this: the relationship with AAA is already starting to get strained. Michael Shane and David Young still haven't been paid for their appearance on the November 29th AAA Big Show that sold out 18,000 seats. In addition to that, TNA had asked AAA for footage of Shane in the ring before the big crowd to help put him over for their December 10th show, and the footage never arrived. This is this just a cultural difference in the way business is done, and there's expectations on the American side that maybe aren't the norm in Mexico or vice versa? I mean, surely you didn't think there was anything nefarious here. It's just they do business a different way. Talk me through that.
When you look at the life of Antonio Pena, he worked hard and he played hard. I've been there. I've done that. Put that on top of running a promotion with 30, 40, 50 IP wrestlers, shows all over the country. When you look at his list of priorities, getting us footage of a show sent up to us, it just wasn't high on the priorities. And their workflow, and they're like any company, they ran it on with a small staff. They just never got around to doing it. Their response time was sometimes non-existent. So most of the time, very slow. It was just kind of the culture clash. And, Conan, what a marvelous job he did through the years, basically saying, hey, guys, this is the reality. If you're going to get footage, bring your own crew. If you want this, we've got to be proactive. It's just kind of a culture clash. That's just how they did business. You learn to not take it personal and kind of plan around it. But the pay issues, again, they're paying Americans, that was a little out of their norm. They pay their other guys day of in pesos. It was a different business model for them across the board. Highly frustrating at the time, or sometimes back in those days, but it's how they did business.
How frustrated was your dad? Your dad's an old school cat from way back, and he's pretty particular about the way he thinks business should be done based on what I've read and the brief conversations I've had with him. And I'm sure he would see some of this as a sign of disrespect, even though that was probably not the intent. What did your dad think of this?
Poor Armando Quintero. He was our Spanish announcer, obviously bilingual. And it was a running conversation between, again, I'm wearing multiple hats: producer, talent, agent, you name it, chief bottle washer, and everything that in between. But my dad would, stay on Armando. Hey, did you find out this? Did you find out that? But again, my dad also had a lot of other priorities going on too, but it was frustrating from time to time, but nothing crazy.
Let's talk about the next hurdle here as we're trying to forge this relationship. Quote, they built up a second X Cup on February 11th, attempting to duplicate probably the best show in company history on September 3rd. This is being called America's Cup, and the current idea is 4 wrestlers from AAA and 4 wrestlers from TNA, which was said to be a one-night tournament, again, all pre-taped. But the latest word we heard is it may be Team AAA versus Team TNA as a concept. Team AAA looks like it might be Juventud Guerrera, Hector Garza, Mr. Aguila, and Heavy Metal, or Abismo Negro. Team TNA looks like Chris Sabin, Sanjay Dutt, Jerry Lynn, and Elix Skipper, or possibly Michael Shane. The teams were to have been finalized on the January 21st show. Talk to me about America's Cup and the second X Cup and just the creative. And hey, man, we're going to have talent from all over the world here doing their thing here in TNA.
Again, trying to not only create, but define and the embryonic stage of the X division. Hey, what is it? And we, in these early years, we brought in Doug Williams, we brought in Japanese talent, but the Lucha Libre talent we had access to. And the simple, I was of the same mindset. Me and Pena used to go in Nashville after the Wednesday night shows. He used to love PF Chang's. So me and him would go to PF Chang's after the Wednesday shows, sit down. Conrad, you can imagine how much I ate, but we would have those conversations. And what are you laughing at?
I'm laughing because when you were trying to shit on me in the build to Ric Flair's last match, you're like, oh, I know you were down at the Palm ordering 7 appetizers and 3 desserts. I'm like, hey, that's you, motherfucker. You're the guy who sits down and says, we'll have the left half. I mean, come on.
Anyway, PF Chang's, that was our spot.
Yeah,
we would go, but we would talk about, and I can remember having the conversation about, hey, let's make it have promotion versus promotion, not Mexico versus US. It's the America's Cup or the Ultimate X Cup, whatever. But let's have it promotion versus promotion, because then when we do heel turns or babyface turns, it's like you're portraying your promotion as opposed to your country, because where you're betraying your country is a subplot.
Yeah,
betraying your promotion. And so we had a lot of fun talking about that, thinking things through. And you can imagine it's a conversation of translation, but we would begin to understand each other. But I love being around him. He was a innovator. He's a different cat, man.
Who would you compare him to that American fans might be familiar with? I'm talking about Antonio Pena. Is there an American counterpart you could say, his booking, it was more like this, his vision was more like that, his personality or sense of humor would remind you of so-and-so, anything like that? You can,
when you think about an early Vince McMahon creating, and I get that, I want to make sure that yes, JYD existed, and yes, Jake the Snake existed, and yes, Hulk Hogan and the Macho Man, and they were all character stars.
Jake the Snake didn't really exist. Jake Roberts did.
Okay.
And he said, take those karate pants off, take off those pull-on boots. We're going to get long lace-up python, and you're going to have neon, and you're going to carry a snake to the ring. Well, I'm scared of snakes. Well, you'll get over it for this amount of money. And he did.
But I guess what I'm saying is Macho Man or Coco Beware, the visionary of, I'm going to take this in-ring product that's highly profitable like CMLL, but I'm going to create these characters that translate from 6 to 60. Yes, there's going to be kids characters. There's also going to be cool characters. And then there's going to be legend characters. And you just kind of look at the IP he created. I think the closest analogy would be Vince. I mean, I don't really know of another one to really draw that parallel, because he took Lucha Libre and paved the road to get it into pop culture. Now, the Meltzer and the mindset, you say, well, wait a minute, Santos and Mil Mascaras, and they did soap operas. Yes, I get that. So no disrespect into that. But Pena really created a vision of how to monetize IP that, in my opinion, had never been done before in that country.
Let's talk about your order at PF Chang's. What's your go-to?
Chang spicy chicken. Egg drop soup. I get a whatever the salad is that you have chicken on top of it. So soup, salad, change. Hold on. Let me back up. So I get soup, honey. Can we get a drink order? Yes. Can I get my unsweet tea, but I'll take some soup and that salad for starters? Oh, okay. Can I get appetizers? You get that when you come back, honey. So she brings us the iced tea back and maybe the cup of soup and salad. Then I'll say, I'll take lettuce wraps. Are you getting appetizers? Is that all you want, sir? No, I want change spicy chicken with extra chicken and brown rice.
I knew you had it memorized. All right. So let's talk about the end of the show here. You're going to lay Juventud out after the show, and it's in the Observer that Pena wants you to come to AAA. What was that like where he says, okay, Jeff, we brought this guy, we brought that guy. We want you to come down. At this point, you had never really worked in Mexico outside of a tour for a major WWE or WCW or whatever, right?
No. And again, I'm truly, as opposed to read it in the sheets, trying to really, Mike Tenay, huge resource. I just cannot. When Pena was in town, I went to PF Chang's on Wednesday nights. When he wasn't in town, I would go out to on Bradley Parkway, a little hotel, and me, Don West, and Mike Tenay would sit down, and I'd get their feedback from the show, and we would chat and have multiple cocktails. But I would pick Mike's brain a little. He's the professor, and it was just like you, Conrad, just inquisitive. Like, hey, can you just trying to learn things. Well, so Pena's coming up, and when he's coming up from time to time, he keeps saying, hey, we're kind of dropping your name on commentary. I don't think I can do this justice. I wish Conan was here to kind of narrate this or chime in on this. But you talk about setting the table for a talent. I think it's the best way to do it. Little did I know that Pena was setting the table for me that would be the foundation, well, for the next 20 years in a lot of ways. Because he had obviously had Arturo Rivera, who's the Rudo, and so you don't, Technico's babyface, Rudo's heel. But he had the commentary team talk about me, but not overbearing, just kind of positioning. I'm the U.S. star, but in a heel manner and not overbearing, but he just kind of set the table. Again, I won't do this justice, but I had no idea he was doing all this, and we shot the angle and I beat up Hoovy, and now I'm coming to their big show. I just was blown away on the minute I walked through the curtain, the response. I was like, okay. I thought Pena was smart. I thought he was an innovator. I love how he's doing business. I want to do business with him. But from a personal talent perspective, Conrad, I had no idea just what he had been doing, because you just don't do that kind of stuff in a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks. It was a progressive build that here comes, at that time, former WCW champion, former Intercontinental champion, however he positioned me. But I am the anti-Mexico talent. I thought that I was above anybody and everybody, not just the wrestlers or the announcers or the referees, but everybody in the building. And my God, did they respond.
Pronounce the show for me, because I'm going to butcher it. Is it Ray de Reyes?
Ray de Reyes.
Ray de Reyes?
King of Kings.
Got it.
Ray is king.
I figured that out.
Reyes is kings. So King of Kings.
March of 2004, it's announced that you're going to be at that show, Ray de Reyes, to take on La Parka. And instead, it changes and it becomes you and Latin Lover. And it actually is a pretty big doggone deal. I think this is your first time wrestling in Mexico, the first I could find. March 21st, 2004. You guys go 11 minutes and 15 seconds. It's at that El Torrio, screwing that name up.
Bull ring. Yep.
There you go.
Bullfighting, huge stadium.
And the reception you receive, can you just walk us through that and describe that to us?
So Dutch Mantel flew down with me. Armando Quintera, he flew down, and Abyss was there. But we flew in a day early, got over to the hotel, talked with Pena, and really he laid out the vision and the promo and how this was going to go. And hey, they're going to hate you. And hey, I've got I got a little thing I'm going to want you to do tomorrow. I had no idea what he was teeing up, but in the presentation, but just kind of lay it out everything. And when you walk out in front of 18,000 people, and they are both literally day one walk through the curtain, it was
don't.
Kind of like Ric Flair last match. No, I mean, Heat, this sounds so but I'm just trying to, it's all Pena. It really is Pena in position because I haven't done anything to this point. And we go out there and I bring an American who speaks Spanish to do my translation and he had me say these words. I don't speak Spanish because it is a primitive language. When that was translated to the arena, here come the rocks, here come the bottles, and I say plastic bottles. I mean, it was crazy heat. I mean, and Dutch was there on the floor. He came out to video it with his camera before iPhones. He had a little video camera. But and Dutch was like, what the hell? The stuff's coming in the ring. They're not throwing it at him, but he's getting hit by debris because they weren't good shots. And Dutch is there and he's doing this. Dutch literally collected rocks and bottles and stuff and put it in his pocket. That's kind of a Dutchism because he wanted to show it when we got in the back. But that promo, that in-ring promo, and the mannerisms and the presentation and the translation and everything that went with it, that was one of those. I had no idea going through the curtain or even really that night. I didn't realize how much heat, but I didn't realize the impact. That set the table for the next 20 years. That if there's a lesson for creative folks or for talent or whatever it may be, the one promo set me on a trajectory that I'm still riding today. It's just crazy how the wheels were in motion.
I'm not saying this to be funny. I'm being sincere. That was probably the biggest crowd. There might be an exception here or there. Like I know that WCW in early 2000 did a big house somewhere. It was like 14,000 folks. Oh, Cincinnati sold out 2000. Had 14,000 folks. But I kind of think post WWE that might have been the biggest crowd you'd worked in front of, right?
Post WWE, I was going to say, me and Edge did that IC at the Toronto Sky Dome, but you're saying post.
Yeah. So when you leave the WWF
in
1999,
100. Yeah, because there was no Japan shows in it. Yes,
there was a handful of big WCW shows, but like as far as.
Yep. For sure, Conrad.
Yeah.
It is mega.
And the idea that, hey, you kind of like this idea and it would be cool. And again, here in America, we don't always have a frame of reference for what's going down. And we didn't really see or understand. But when you come through that curtain and 18,000 people are booing their ass off at you, is that maybe the most heat you'd had in front of a crowd since the WWF?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. It was special.
And just to recap, you're retaining the NWA title here. So you're going to beat Latin Lover in front of 18,000 fans as this mega heel and the NWA champ. Meltzer had this to say. Jarrett, as NWA champion, went to El Torrio in some town I can't pronounce. I'm sorry. Nakalapin. I don't know. I screwed it up. I'm a hillbilly from Alabama. Forgive me. With Abyss and Dutch Mantel on the March 21st show for AAA before a sellout of 18,000 fans. It would be the first time an NWA champion has gone to Mexico since Harley Race went about 25 years ago. Ric Flair as champ actually flew to Mexico once for an Arena Mexico show, but there were visa issues and he got back on the plane and flew home without ever leaving the airport. So they set up a TNA versus AAA angle as Jarrett, with the help from Abyss, beat Latin Lover in the main event with a low blow finish and then laid out Hector Garza and several other AAA wrestlers, including Octagon, Juventud Guerrera, and Mr. Aguilar, until the AAA version of La Parca made the save on crutches. Jarrett actually worked more with Garza than with Lover. Jarrett threw tortillas at the fans to get super heat before the match even started, and the fans pelted the ring with debris at him. The key to it being a promotion versus promotion deal is that it's Jarrett and Abyss laying out both heels as well as faces. So it's not good guy versus bad guy. It's us versus them, not country versus country, but TNA versus AAA. And somewhere along the way, somebody has to give you this idea of, why don't you throw tortillas at these folks? I got to hear more about that.
I wish could go back in the time and you fly to Mexico with me and you just walk in and you would say, well, hello, Mr. Pena. How you doing, kind sir? And we just kind of chum it up and we get the finish and all that. And then he comes back in, and this is a little tricky out of his sleeve. Hey, Jeff, here's 2 bags of tortillas. I want you to take them out, and as you're going down to the ring, throw them out. And then when you get up in the ring, throw them out. What was I, 37, 36? I still feel I was young. I'm like, yes, sir. You got it. And then I'm just kind of thinking, and Dutch goes, this is where it's classic. Dutch goes, they're going to kill you. I said, what? He goes, they're going to kill you. You realize what you're doing? I go, yeah, throwing tortillas. No, you're feeding them. They think you're feeding them a tortilla. I'm like, okay. Conrad, I just say Pena was brilliant in the way that it captured the American gringo, rudo, and he thinks he's better than us.
Elitist heel.
Oh my gosh. It just took it to a nuclear level. I mean, and the fans had known La Parka, not LA Park that you know now. La Parka. So people get a little confused. There was a La Parka in WCW. He had a falling out, and they made a new La Parka. And so that new La Parka, he passed away in the last couple of years, God rest his soul, but then there's still LA Park. But La Parka had an appendectomy. So he was the tip-top babyface, and he got put on the sideline from appendectomy. So Latin Lover, a guy who, has won their version of Dancing with the Stars 3 times. He's currently been in an Oscar movie. He's a movie star on dance shows all the time. But this time he was a hot wrestling babyface. And so just who they had me paired up against and the story, and like you just alluded to, it's one thing for us to beat up their baby faces. And then all of a sudden you see their despised heels, and me and Abyss run through them. Nuclear heat. You can say, oh, that's some good old fashioned. No, and I understand that, but it's also capturing the emotion that works any generation. It doesn't matter. You got to capture their emotion.
It doesn't go out of style, to your point.
And Pena did. Yes, it does not go out of style. Pena knew how to do it.
I'm not saying this to be funny. I'm legitimately asking. We've all heard from guys like Cornette who said, man, when they had heat in Mid-South, it was like a near riot every night. Sometimes you'd have to fight your way to the back, blah, blah, blah. No shame here. Just asking. Were you ever legitimately scared? Like, fuck, man, I got to get out of here. This is getting dicey for real.
Dutch was often worried in these early years when we get up into 2010 and 11, and I'm taking my wife and Karen's there. And at the hotel, this is when I would get like, again, this is BS. So you have to take that with a grain of salt, that not the most clearest minded sometimes.
BS, by the way, means before sobriety for some of our listeners who aren't paying attention.
But many times I've been called at the hotel before the show, and they said, hey, Jeff, why don't we let the show get started and then we'll bring you in? And you go, okay. No. And sometimes I'd say, no, screw that. Come get me now. I want to get over there. I want to, no. And you just kind of, as you're coming in and they're pounding on the car and this and that, you get stopped, and Karen's looking at me like, I told you we should have waited, and different things like that. In these early years, Pena took care of me. There was heat. There was kind of a strategic thing. We waited about an hour and a half after the first debut, and Pena was like, just let the people leave and all that kind of stuff. It's a different deal. It's not like you can jump in the black Suburban and whisk off, and once you get 3 miles from the building that, hey, you're okay. It's just a different culture. So
I want to expand on that. I don't mean to cut you off, but I just want to make this distinction. I think a lot of times when Cornette and guys from the 70s and 80s tell stories like that, they're saying it because it was quote unquote kayfabe. And there were people who really believed that what they were seeing was genuine, not necessarily a performance. I don't know that was necessarily the case here in the early and mid 2000s. as much as it was you had just offended them.
No, that's the real emotion of, there you go, Conrad. Well said.
So it's not that they're, listen, this is a word you and I don't use because it's stupid, but it's not that they were marks.
No,
it's that you offended them. And now maybe, because from what I understand, American wrestling crowds don't drink nearly the amount of beer as Mexican wrestling crowds do. And so it's a part of a show, and it's something that is a part of their culture, and they're passionate about it. But a lot of times it can feel, and boy, this is a horrible analogy to make, but I'm sure you're familiar that, I don't know, pre-pandemic, and I don't know, for the last 30 years, there would be like Rocky Horror Picture Show theaters slam packed where people who were sort of interacting with the screen, it was part of the show, and that's part of it. And you have legitimately offended them now, and not just them, but their heritage and their language and blah, blah, blah. And they want your head more so than they really beat up Latin Lover and I love Latin Lover. Nah.
No, it had nothing to do with that. It was
this guy's an asshole.
Offensive.
Yeah.
Remember Starcast on the Sunday morning?
Yeah.
No, was that Saturday morning or Sunday morning? Whatever morning, when that little video went around.
Oh, Saturday morning. Yeah.
And you weren't real. I offended that guy.
Yeah.
He was a true Ric Flair fan.
Yes.
Grew up on him. Loved all of that. He kind of had a little fun when I walked in and say, "Hey, F you, Jarrett," out loud, which got a little chuckle, as opposed to me going, "Oh, don't say that." I walked right over and asked him to explain his thoughts.
You walked over. What's funny is, and I've said this before on the show, but your ability to turn on what I call, and what my family has called the daddy voice, where you're just, "Hey, howdy folks." And then something happens and a switch flips and your whole demeanor changes. And you didn't just casually walk over to that guy. You power walked over. And that guy goes from thinking, "Hey, I was just trying to be cute," to, "Am I in danger?" And that suspension of disbelief that you're able to turn on and off so quick is something that I don't think a lot of people see the value in or understand it as much, because it's not something you see on TV all the time now. But it is the way wrestling used to be presented, and it still works, and it never goes out of style. As we talked about, and you did this in Mexico,
yeah.
And throwing the tortillas is as offensive as it sounds.
Yes.
And that was by design. And I'm sure other people would hear that and say, "Oh, that's cheap heat." Buddy, when there's a language barrier, I'm open to suggestions. But if you were looking to elicit an emotion, however you get to that emotion, it worked, right?
Here's what's crazy. I would have never thought of that.
No.
Ever. The visionary promoter,
yes,
the cast and the character, and me going, "Okay, if you say so, boss," and then kind of rolling with it and then seeing the results. I mean, Pena, as we know, passes away, Dorian, and then as the product was growing, and then Conan and all that. But it's like, it became kind of a staple that the people in the audience knew that it was coming 10 years later, still infuriated them, because it was just that cultural pushing the buttons of the emotion.
Oh, we got to take another pause here today, folks. Yep, it's that time of year, St. Patty's Day. So top of the morning to you. This episode is brought to you by the St. Patrick's Day Shamrock Shavers, Manscaped. That's right, our good friends at Manscaped. This year, don't just chase the rainbows. Make your own pot of gold and groom your little leprechaun with the leaders in below the kilt care. Say goodbye to your clover forest with Manscaped's Lawnmower 5.0 and let your confidence shine bright. Embrace the luck of the Irish and join the 10 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped. Head on over to manscaped.com and use the code MYWORLD for 20% off plus free shipping. That's right now. Go on over to manscaped.com. Use the code my world for 20% off plus free shipping. You know, folks, let me just take a little beat here and kind of go into some real-time talk here. You know, I've been wrestling a few years, 37 years and counting to be exact. And if I told you the amount of trimmers and razors and grooming and, oh man, I could really make even Connie blush on this one. But I mean, the amount of times that I've gone to use my grooming products and either they're chipped or broken or they're charged or they've been running the entire flight and I have no battery. Look, Manscaped, it is truly the real deal. The quality of product, I've never seen anything like it. And that's just not an ad read here, folks. That is the real deal. They are the best of the best of the best. You know, and ever since I've used Manscaped, I can proudly say that I found my pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. You can meet your new lucky charm for St. Paddy's Day, the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. This trimmer comes with 2 interchangeable next-gen skin-safe blade heads, one for a classic trim and a new full blade to go smooth wherever your heart desires. Equipped with dual LED spotlights, navigate your shamrock patch in peace. Worried you'll make a mess? Fear not. This wonder is waterproof. Shaved by the misty moors, under a waterfall, or even during a rain dance. I'm telling you guys, it is the quality of product, bar none, the very best. Its compact case makes it an ideal companion. Yes, it's travel ready. Ready for any adventure or last-minute plans. Trimming the hedges in your Irish garden isn't just for below the belt. Complete your look with Manscaped's signature beard hedger, Pro Kit, plus Handyman electric face shaver. Whether you're sculpting your beard or cleaning up your neckline, these are always the right tools for the job. So folks, get 20% off. I said that right. St. Paddy's Day special. 20% off and free shipping with code MyWorld at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping with code MyWorld at manscaped.com. This St. Patrick's Day. Make sure your little hairy leprechaun is luckier than ever with Manscaped. Folks, I hope you enjoyed that read as much as I did, because that wasn't all read. That was a little Double J, Last Outlaw, crafting, shaping, shipping, sculpting. Folks, manscaped.com. Code MyWorld, get 20% off. Back to the podcast.
Meltzer would say this: Jeff Jarrett and Mantell were both raving about all the heat at the March 21st show in Mexico City and performing in front of 18,000 people. It hasn't been since the heyday of the wrestling war that Jarrett had worked in front of a crowd that large, and even longer, one so heated. It will be interesting to see how the relationship with AAA develops. It's really been since Jake Roberts and Los Gringos Locos 10 years ago since AAA has had such a high-profile American that they could do programs with. The problem, and I can see this one brewing, is Jarrett will see those big crowds and think on top it should mean big money, but the ticket prices are so much cheaper than in the U.S. I think, you know, as you and I sometimes say off air, wrestler brain can be real. And so when you see that crowd and you're used to working in front of that crowd in the WWF and the paycheck that accompanies it, and now you maybe get one that's a little bit smaller, it could be defeating unless you really understood, hey man, these ticket prices aren't the same thing. We're not comparing apples to apples here. Was that a hump you had to get over in your, at the time, quote unquote, performer wrestler brain?
Conrad, you've probably done it 1,000, 10,000, maybe more than that in your lifetime. Napkin math.
Yes.
Okay. Do the napkin math. Look at everybody out there. Take an average ticket price. Do the multiplication. Then I like to take, you can take anywhere from 25 to 35%, and you got to split that between, 40 guys, just real rough. Oh, okay. All you got to do is that. It's literally that. And I don't want to dismiss it because it's still like, okay. But when you can do that, thank God my grandmother and my father and just the whole mindset, it's real easy to go, okay. So there isn't a lot of meat on the bone as far as cash. What is the real ROI I'm looking for here?
There you go.
It was really the relationship that we're going to dig in and cultivate. And look, it wasn't perfect, but the long haul. Go for the long ball.
you proved to be valuable to Pena and AAA based on that crowd and reaction and response. And they proved to be valuable to you in the same way. And by the way, let's just boil all this down. You and I've never spoken about this. It was pretty fucking fun too.
Yeah.
Like on some level, this is what you grew up wanting to do. And it's almost a dream scenario that, like, I'm not trying to peel the curtain back too much, but like even on Ric Flair's last match, it wound up being a pretty good payday for old Jeff Rowe. But even if it wasn't, it would have been pretty fun for Jeff to say, man, I liked having that heat. Hadn't done that in a while. And it was in my hometown and it's Ric Flair's last match. Like, there is the real fan in you that just enjoys it. This is your profession and this is fun. And then, oh, it's a bonus. Oh, wait, I'm going to get paid for this too. Roll Tide.
That doc, that at the end of it, that emotion, I thank God I was in shape. I wasn't really physically tired on that Sunday night. Mentally, as you know.
Yeah. Emotionally, mentally.
Just, I mean, with everything that had gone on the last 60 nights, I was emotionally drained. And when that documentary guy asked me, that emotion came over because it is what I do.
Yeah.
It ain't really about, for me, winning. It's about losing. Okay, are you kidding me? Rick with Knuckles and a figure 4 in Nashville in a full house. I'm laying flat on my back and the confetti's coming down. If you would have whispered in my ear and said, Jeff,
wake up.
Will you do this for free? Might have got a yes, but I'm getting a little bit too ahead of myself. So it isn't a yes, but no, yes, exactly. It was a lot of fun. Mexico, in so many ways. Gosh, Karen used to say, let's go have some fun in Mexico.
Yeah.
You're a different guy going there because the TNA days and the stress and all that BS that was going on, and we'll probably get to it. But she would say, Jeff, you're so much more, or you're happier down here.
Well, and part of that, I mean, let's just, we've talked a lot about the beginnings of TNA and how doggone stressful all of this was. I mean, You've got, some family health issues back at home. You got some young kids we're trying to raise. We've dumped all of our savings into this thing. We've been hoodwinked and bamboozled. And now, you got talent issues you got to deal with and pay-per-views and P&Ls. And now there's a family strain with you and your dad. And, because there's money involved and we're business partners and we have different kind of visions on how to get there. And you wear all of that on your sleeve in Tennessee. And then you get to go to Mexico. And I'm not saying this to diminish, and just be a performer. Like, the reason you really got into it originally from the very beginning was to do this, but the natural evolution of the entrepreneurial spirit that all the Jarretts apparently have is, how can we do this a little bigger, a little better, and for more, and grow? And that's who you are, is, hey, we want to grow into this. But that probably is not something you're even able to think about in Nashville, because you got to juggle all these flaming chainsaws. But when you go to Mexico, I get to, and again, not diminish, just be a performer. And it's like, oh shit, this is kind of fun.
So here's a wacky story. And if you use your Google machine, as they say. So I wrestled AJ Styles in a pay-per-view in Orlando, and Tito Ortiz is the special referee.
Yes.
The day before that, I was in Mexico, obviously just as a talent. And sometimes when you get busted, Conrad, in the eye, you bleed and blah, 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 all this. But if not, if it doesn't bleed, it swells up like a eye shut. You have a big black eye, right? I had one of those, as they say, is a good one. I mean, my eye was swollen shut immediately on that night. And when I flew to Orlando the next day, I had gotten it down some. But if you look at the promo pictures that we had to take beforehand, matchup graphics, I'm in a blue outfit, a baby blue outfit. You talk about a hell of a Photoshop picture, because you can't even tell I have a black eye. They did all that. But anyway, I say all that to say people would come up to me and go, what in the hell are you doing? you've got a pay-per-view against AJ Styles with Tito special referee, and you're off in Mexico. And I look at him and go, yep. I'm doing TNA business down there, but yep, I'm enjoying myself down there. And that's why I tell you that story. I have no idea why it popped in my brain, but that's a little story about it.
It was an escape. It was getting you back to your roots of what you enjoyed and why you fell in love with this and why it was all worth it. Everything that you had sacrificed. And it's rumored that you're going to return to AAA for the main event of Triple Mania. You're not on the show physically, but you do send a video in. Meltzer said this: Antonio Pena decided not to use Jeff Jarrett for Triple Mania this weekend because he felt he could sell out without him and because Jarrett wasn't coming cheap. Jarrett thought because he caused a riot the last time that he should be brought back. This hasn't helped the relationship between the sides, and there are things coming in Mexico that may also strain the relationship. So the promo that you send, where you send the video in, the response is gigantic. Fans are throwing just a ton of trash in the ring during your promo, but you're not there. Do you remember it being a financial thing?
I think that was the easy answer, but I also think that Pena was running his business and juggling a lot. Too many irons in the fire. So, yeah, you can say it was financial. I don't really think, because me and Pena, and obviously it's written about that, we never really had, because we didn't, I was never the guy that said, you got to pay me this or I'm not coming. That type of relationship did not exist. They asked me, what is your rate? That's it. I mean, it wasn't any of, hey, we can't pay that. We can't do that. What's your rate? It was literally that simple. Now, Pena juggling, I like that line, juggling chainsaws. He had so much on his plate. He also had a lot of talent issues because he's dealing with his competition and people just back and forth. Yeah, that was his world.
And so, and let's be clear too, if he thought he could sell out without you, why add the expense? It cuts out the profit. So it becomes a business decision.
Yes.
But I am curious, me just knowing you, how I know you, when someone asked your rate, did you give a number or did you want to be a participant? And hey, if I help you and I want to be a part, and
no, he asked me what was my U.S. rate,
and you just quoted it.
Yeah,
I got you.
Yeah, I mean, because that's what he wanted to know. It wasn't like, what will you come to Mexico for? What do you get paid if you don't work for TNA? And I'm like, well, here's kind of the rate that these guys are paying and wanting this and wanting that. But, my day job, which is about 80 hours a week, Antonio, is TNA. So I'm not trying to negotiate with you. No. What's your rate? That was his question.
In early July of 2004, this is what's written in the Observer. The AAA relationship is in critical condition last week, but it seems okay right now. As we noted, Jeff Jarrett wasn't happy that Pena didn't bring him in for Triple Mania. In addition, Garza told Jarrett he was going to be leaving AAA and wanted to keep working here. This was going to have political implications because Pena wouldn't be happy if TNA was using someone who quit him. Jarrett told Garza he would still use him. Then on June 23rd, they were scheduled to have AAA's Mascarita Sagrada and Mini Abismo Negro. Because Mascarita didn't have the proper paperwork, AAA had told TNA they had Octagoncito as a backup. Well, the day before, Mascarita got flagged at the airport. Mini Abismo, for whatever reason, then didn't get on the plane. Armando Quintero, who works for the liaison with AAA, kept trying to find out if they got on the plane and who got on the plane. Pena, who TNA had invited to come in for the show, and they wanted to take him out to see Orlando, had disappeared, as he does every so often for a few days. AAA officials kept saying they would call back and never did. Finally, at 4:30 p.m. the day before the show, Quintero told the AAA office that they needed to let him know what was going on, and by this point, they did know that Mascarita was flagged and Mini Abismo didn't get on the plane. He said they were closing the office at 5 p.m., so they had to know. The AAA people said they'd call back before 5, and they never did. At 5 p.m., Jeff Jarrett told Quintero to get 2 minis from somewhere, so he called the original Mascarita Sagrada, who quit Pena many years ago and works indies, and he and his regular opponent, Hirocito, came in. The frustration from the TNA side is also because they bought non-refundable tickets for these AAA minis, that Abyss had yet to be paid for Triple Mania, and while TNA was up to date and paying for his guys, that was not the case on the other side. It was figured out that Pena found out about using rival minis, how he'd be unhappy as he would have been if they were to use Garza after quitting him. However, when Pena got back in contact, he never said a word about the minis. Garza wasn't booked this week as the only Mexican scheduled for Abismo Negro through Pena. So it got a little messy here. Who's on first? What's going on? There's a lot of moving parts here. You've got some folks who need proper paperwork. You've got some political, I don't like that guy. I don't like this guy. Even if they're not saying that, it's sort of implied and understood that they have heat or whatever the silly term in wrestling is. And it feels like when it says he disappeared for a few days, that maybe our man was partying a little bit. All of that coupled with we're trying to get a show on the air, I could see how people would be frustrated.
Super frustrating. But when I read that, shout out Derek, good job. I remember this instance, but there were probably, I wouldn't say 100, but there were multiple instances. It's just kind of the nature of doing business. And then you go, well, Armando, these are the kind of conversations, and you can probably imagine either me or my dad, or can you tell us the last time you actually spoke to Pena or someone in his office? Armando, do you know? Okay. Was it this week? No. Yeah. Last Thursday. What'd they say? They told me they'd call me back tomorrow. What? I mean, trying to get advance, Bob Ryder, God rest his soul, trying to buy advance tickets and get the names and all that kind of stuff. And then just no shows. So it was a lot of heavy lifting for not much return, when you would kind of look at yourself and go, okay, now we just spent 6 plane tickets, but it was a mess at times, coupled in with Pena went off the radar for a couple of days. So a little challenging at times, but hey, it became the norm.
Flying to Mexico, by the way, not always cheap. So 6 plane tickets for a company that is really, for lack of a better word, living hand to mouth.
Yes.
Is waste that really could have gone somewhere else, and said more specifically into someone's pocket.
Yep.
Like this is not a publicly traded company. This is not a VC. This is self-funded. And so
a weekly P&L
and
a specific talent and travel budget.
Yes.
That money went out the window. So talent didn't get it. And obviously travel, it was a waste, and it was written off. Not real fun. And again, just to get the story behind the story, try explaining that to Bob Carter, who is not in the wrestling industry.
Yeah.
But y'all did this again?
Yeah.
Yeah, not fun. Not fun at all.
It falls apart. Meltzer would say in August of 2004, the business relationship with AAA and Pena fell apart. As noted here for months, it had been hanging on by a thread, particularly when Armando had to book minis independently at the last minute for an anniversary show after AAA screwed up. No reason was given for the breakup other than the general impossibility of doing business with Pena and his frequent promises to come to Nashville or Orlando to talk about projects, but coming up with reasons where he can't come, or sometimes not even bothering to do that when he doesn't come. They were talking about a joint pay-per-view in San Diego when he stopped coming. The sides were supposed to trade talent, but TNA was bringing in Pena's guys at good money, and the only guy Pena would book was Abyss. Someone close to the situation believes Pena did this on purpose, as he didn't want a repeat of the mid-90s where he developed a whole crew of superstars, and then they started to get over in the U.S. and he lost the top ones. Even though TNA hasn't used Hector Garza, suddenly Garza decided he could make better money and be paid on time and didn't feel like he needed to be under Pena's thumb and quit. With Latin Lover threatening to leave and Heavy Metal also making noises, Pena didn't want to send guys to get a taste of better money, so he just stopped doing business. Now that is amazing, and a part of the business that I don't think anybody talks about, especially on podcasts, and here we are.
The reference that Dave Meltzer said to the 90s.
Yeah.
I'd love to jump over on 83 weeks our pal. Maybe we can chat with him in Dallas about it. You know, when you think about Conan and the talent that he brought, Ray, Eddie, Viano,
Dude, Psychosis, on and on and on.
Where'd they come from? Oh, they came from AAA. And how do you replace?
And now they're making a multiple of the money.
Yeah, you're not replacing 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. You're replacing 10 top talent. So there's a underbelly of all that. It's
where you can't even compete financially. I mean, let's just.
Oh, it's not even in the ballpark.
From a business P&L standpoint, you can't afford to pay what WCW can. You're not Ted Turner. You're a small business owner. So when those guys are gone, and I'm sure he thinks, well, if they wanted to quit me and they said they'd still use them, it's going to happen again. Nah.
No, thanks.
I see it.
I've been down that road before. Hey, Jeff, King of the Mountain, we love you, pal, but adios. I mean, you know, it's that simple.
You returned to AAA in March of 05 for a 5-way between yourself, La Parka #2, Abismo Negro, Chessman, Cibernetico, Conan, and Latin Lover. And Meltzer would say this: Jeff's appearance at the March 11th Raider Rays show at one point fell apart over money. Jarrett asked for $3,000 for the appearance and was turned down, and Sean Waltman was contacted to be the replacement. Jarrett eventually changed his mind, and he and Jerry were going to go to Mexico to try to work out a new deal. They were mad about the relationship with Antonio Pena when they worked together, and because it fell apart, because they felt Pena was impossible to deal with, and that will never change. Pena was mad that Jarrett wanted more money than Santo, and Santo is the biggest draw in the country. So that tells you a lot. If that's true, that tells you a lot about the pay scale in Mexico at the time, where $3,000 certainly is a lot for a show and for a performer. But if it is your quote unquote main event, that's not crazy money at any era here in America. And in Mexico, it would have meant you were the top guy in the whole country. I could see how that would be an issue.
And it wasn't me demanding that. That's why Dave's a little off, but you did a good job of kind of. Santo is truly a cultural icon. I mean, it's like a Hulk Hogan. Hey, I know we've used that reference, but it's kind of a Hogan Flair combo down there. Massive, massive television star. Yeah, wrestling star first, soap opera, but a TV star. And his rate wasn't that. It's just the exchange rate.
Yeah, and just the quality of life. You know, I mean, you and I have friends down there who say that, you know, you can live like a king for if you make $100,000 in Mexico, you're a wealthy individual. And that's not necessarily the case. Try living on that in New York City. That, as we like to say in the South, that dog won't hunt. That's tough. But I mean, as a 6-figure dude in Mexico, man, you could maybe have a fucking full-time driver or a maid or, you know, a chef. And it's different, you know, the household income and the cost of living. And
I was going to say, it's that, you know, we get those emails and you're in the mortgage business, but when you look at Nashville compared to the rest of the state of Tennessee,
that's crazy.
We've gone crazy. Yeah. I was going to say Middleton. It's just in the last 24 months. You know about this more than I do, but my God, Conrad.
Yeah. The cost of, it's certainly different. Even here in America, to your point, for major metros, but in Mexico, especially, like I've got a really good friend here in town who owns a monster chain of Mexican restaurants here in town. And he started doing that business in Mexico, and he would compare food costs, what he would pay for a box of tomatoes here in America versus what he would pay for a box of tomatoes in Mexico. Oh, wow. It's unbelievable. I mean, we don't think about that because this is just our normal. This is what but I could totally see how if you're used to paying guys a certain way and you're used to gates being a certain way, et cetera, et cetera. By the way, I hope everybody picks up what we're putting down. We're not saying Mr. Pena was selfish or was greedy.
Not at all. Matter of fact, he was the other way.
It's just the way the model was. He's running a P&L, and so there's less top line because the cost of living is less there. So sure, he could try to charge AEW ticket prices, you know, for a pay-per-view, and or WWE, it's $1,000 ringside. They can't afford that. So you could charge that if you wanted, but there won't be people in those seats.
You ain't gonna get it. Yep. That's
so what do you try to do? You try to find a happy medium. Every business owner does this. What will the market bear? And let's talk about, you're going back down here and you want to meet with Pena. Your dad's tagging along. It's reported in the Observer that Pena blew off you and your dad. He just had no interest in a future talent exchange. Is that the way you remember this going down?
I think that's a little out there. It was very clear that he had an issue with your talent is, and my dad was like, how do we tell talent when we're cultivating the relationship, but we can't control your relationship? It was really the proverbial rock and a hard place. It's like Pena, yes, they're my talent. I have them under an IP agreement, but they get up there and they're making money. They just become harder to deal with. I get it. It's true, the economics, that it's just, when you look at talent exchanges, whether it's Japan or Mexico or UK, it's very hard to overcome exchange rates, because that is the true reality of the situation. There's only 7 days in a week. There's, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, or Thursday, those are the days that it's true economics with each individual talent. I'm going to go make the money as a talent where I can make the most money per shot. Okay, you factor in, I'm going to work for this promoter in Mexico and this promoter in the States. Who wouldn't want to work where the exchange rate and the value of the currency is higher? So it was a hard hill to climb. He didn't blow us off. We had a kind of a meeting of the minds. It didn't really go anywhere, but it was what it was.
Well, I love this story. I feel like, whether we want it to or not, this AAA experience that you've had is going to wind up being a multi-part story, because we haven't even really touched a ton on Konnan, but you become a member of a group that translates to the Foreign Legion. The leader of that group is Konnan. He's a part of your TNA roster, so I guess that's logical. What was your relationship like with Konnan here? I know it would have its ups and downs, but in this era, how are you and Konnan?
What year is this?
We're going to call it 05.
Very good. The rocky relationship came after this. Konnan is you talk about sitting under the learning tree. I sat under his learning tree and kind of really began to understand the psychology of promoting cards. I went down there, quick recap, learned about the houses and the different talent and the megastars in the history of Lucha Libre through Meltzer and Mike Tenay. Early 2002, 3, 4, all that. I learned it from Pena, getting indoctrinated as a talent, but understanding what sells tickets, I started sitting under the learning tree of Konnan and the culture. And look, it goes without saying, in America, the ability to monetize the U.S. Hispanic audience, in a lot of ways, still in 2022, is completely untapped. Now, I'm getting way ahead above it, but in 2005, my relationship with Konnan was fantastic. Look, ups and down in talent, and again, him like a bunch of others, Brian James, Ron the Truth. We could go down a whole list of talent. Everybody wanted more TV time because more TV time made more money, but for the most part, we had a really good relationship to this point. Are you giving me a heads up, Conrad? We're gonna break this AAA.
Yeah, I think we're going to need to, but before we shut it down, I want to talk about how you return for AAA's version of SummerSlam, Summer Scandal, and it's in that same building where you had the bull ring and the near riot, 15,000 fans. You're one of the top heels on the show. It's Vampiro, La Parka, and Zorro beating Jeff Jarrett, Charlie Manson, and Abismo Negro in a 2 out of 3 falls match. Vampiro pins you in the third fall. Parka threw tacos at Jarrett. Fans started throwing things at Jarrett, including cups, beer bottles, and dirt. Jarrett started throwing stuff back at the fans, although not the bottles. The heels pulled out the duct tape to tape the faces to the ropes. Jarrett kicked Parka low. Vampiro then kicked Jarrett low behind the ref's back and pinned him. Apparently, they had to hide Jarrett to get him out of the arena because the fans wanted to kill him. How great is this? Getting snuck out of a building this has got to be like wrestling dream stuff for you at the time, is it not?
Conrad, did you catch the finish of the match too?
Yes, I did.
They cheated to beat me, and they still wanted to lynch me.
Yes.
I mean, and we're having fun with it, but
I mean, in fairness, Ric Flair cheated too.
No, but it's the emotion. But you know what I'm saying?
Everybody has to cheat to beat Double J. Everybody knows.
Oh, well, no, man, you talk about, like, again, Vampiro, he's Canadian, but he went to that country. Mm-hmm. We've had our ups and downs, but you talk about a pop culture superstar, Conan, Vampiro, just how they transcended wrestling, but the wrestling audience got to go out and see them in these shows all across the country. And when you're duct taping and doing the heel and running roughshod, and look, you heard those opponents. I'm the only American. Well, Vampiro's, but I was the Rudo. I was the heel. It just pour gasoline. Jarrett will light the torch and off to the races. It's crazy heat.
Let's talk about the break here. It's going to be another year before you're back in AAA, and it's a 6-man with Abyss and Conan taking on Grando 2, La Parca 2, and Octagon. Why were you off a year? Is it just scheduling?
So this is 06, right? Spike's going
05 and 06. Yeah.
Spike's going, just a lot going on. I can't remember to the T if business was great or okay. Like everywhere, Mexico has its ups and downs, but you look at that team of me, Conan, and Abyss, whatever the time's right. I don't have a specific answer, but I think it's more of an economic standpoint in Mexico of drawing houses.
That would have been September 17th, 2006. And I want to bring this one up because this is a pretty stressful show. Antonio Pena is going to pass away on October 6th from a heart attack. So not too long after all this happens. I think this is the first show where Dorian has a much larger role compared to maybe he did in the past. Of course, maybe everybody doesn't know this, but Dorian is Antonio Pena's nephew. You mentioned that at the top of the show. Latin Lover was supposed to be in your match, but he no-showed. There's just all kinds of chaos here. The Observer would say this: Octagon, La Parca, and the new Grando beat Jeff Jarrett, Conan, and Abyss in the main event. The TNA wrestlers had a ton of heat, and the fans were throwing lots of stuff at them. Jarrett, in particular, understands how to work as a nasty foreigner. They talked about a spot where Abyss was going to throw Lighter, who fancies himself as being Mexico's Mick Foley, into tons of thumbtacks. But being AAA, there was always a miscommunication problem. Nobody remembered to bring the thumbtacks. They ended up with some fluorescent light tubes, and Abyss threw Lighter through those. Jarrett gave La Parca a low blow and then went for the figure 4 leg lock, but Parca turned it into an inside cradle for the pin. So some communication issues. Somebody's no showing. There's no there's no thumbtacks. So we'll do some light tubes instead. And oh, by the way, Dorian is going to be running things now. A lot of moving parts here, pal.
Can you give me those dates again, Conrad, of Pena's passing and this show with Dorian?
Pena passed just 2.5 weeks after this show.
So he was sick.
Yeah, it looks as if this is the first time that Dorian had a more prominent role in the way the show was put together. From that year you missed, maybe Dorian became more and more active.
So Joaquin is Dorian's father, who has now passed away, but Maricela is Dorian's mother, and Antonio, brother and sister. But the family-run business, again, the McMahon family, the Hart family, the Von Erich family, just families running the business. And I do remember, because I'd heard off and on that Antonio was sick. But, Dorian, talk about young.
Yeah.
Really, really, really young. So, Conan's the one who at first told me, he's probably the one who introduced us, that, hey, Dorian's sharp kid, but man, just so young. And you knew that, okay, the owner of the company is really sick. He was at a unique time going down there. But again, I wasn't in the day-to-day operation. So again, I put on my talent cap, fly south of the border, go have fun, and be a nasty heel. I just wasn't really, as I became later, emotionally connected to all the personalities in the office.
Let's talk about how the relationship changed, if at all, when Mr. Pena passes away. Boy, I hate to say it this way, but did you think, well, hey, if there's a management change, maybe there's a new opportunity for TNA? Did you think maybe Pena had, in this passing of the torch, if you will, that this represented a new opportunity? I'm not saying that you were happy that anyone passed away, but when there's a head coach change, sometimes he wants to bring in new staff, or if there is maybe an old way of doing business and this is the way we've always done it for 30 years, blah, blah, blah. Well, now if there is this younger person at the helm, maybe that represents an opportunity. Does that even cross your mind?
Not at all. And here's why. We've covered this in detail, and we're going to cover obviously episodes in 06, 07, and 08, and lots of stuff through the summer that we were going to talk about Slammiversary 07. But, Conrad, to pull it out in context, it was tragic. And when you have someone of Antonio's magnitude running the show, I knew even before he passed away, we're so far down on the list of priorities because they got to run their day-to-day business. Flip up here to Hendersonville and Nashville and Orlando. I've got a Spike contract that I want to go from 1 hour to 2 hours. I'm not saying that I didn't care. I didn't have the emotional bandwidth to even get invested on what can or can't happen. I wanted to use Garza. We used Shocker. We used, Conan. Conan was always the conduit to, hey, is there any talent that we can use or interested? And look at, and as we grew, Conrad, you can imagine this with Panda and all this, then you really get into, okay, now we got to figure out work visas, because if they're not coming for just a one-off, which you can, work through, if they're coming and going to stay 3, 6, 9 months, because again, Spike wanted our talent. Marvel wanted our talent. I'm saying licensee folks, using guys as one-offs in a multiple one-off didn't exactly work, because you wanted to have the ability to put them in a video game, to put them in action figures. So the relationship on both sides had the fundamentals had changed.
Conan has been described to me at different times as like to use a Godfather term, a consigliere to the talent. He has their best interest in mind. He's going to try to steer their career in the right direction, blah, blah, blah. And if it comes down to, are you Office or are you one of the boys, which is what a lot of American wrestling fans are familiar with, Conan might be the most skilled guy in history at riding that line where he's always for the boys, but he also has to see the way the Office sees things, and maybe he can help pass that knowledge down. Is that a fair way to describe it, that Conan really understood both sides?
Because he's operated on both sides. Again, he is such a unique, I don't want to just call him a talent because that puts him in the talent bucket. He's such a unique individual because he can put on his executive cap. He can put on his, we'll call it agent, promoter, producer cap. He can wear multiple hats very, very well, but he also kind of knows from the streets, if you will, if I don't stay true to myself, ultimately the machine or the animals will end up eating you alive. So he doesn't have a perfect record. Nobody does.
Yeah.
He had so much trust with guys because he shot straight with them. If you're, pardon the French, if you're the shits in the ring, Conan had no problem saying, hey, dude, your work's got to get better. Not, hey, man, I saw your match. Not pretty good. And then move on. No, he'd say, come here. Dude, you got to get a lot better. You're the shits right now. They just respected speaking the truth. And also, hey, you're not worth that kind of money. You're not getting it. Just that kind of street cred. I say that like it's flippant. I'm just saying he's such a unique individual. That's why
he's not a bullshitter.
He's not, but it goes even, not a bullshitter, but he's also got vision. He's got innovation, creative, and talent, and he can cut a promo like no other. And he's bilingual, and we go on and on. Yeah, it's a fascinating individual.
Now that we've talked about how great Conan is,
here we go.
Both agree. He leaves TNA in June of 2007, and it's been said that when he left, he filed a racial discrimination lawsuit against TNA. And because of that, there's no way TNA and AAA would ever work together again. TNA then moves on to CMLL, but it doesn't feel like the relationship was ever the same as what it was with AAA. Anything you want to say on the lawsuit, or would you rather just move on?
I think all parties felt a lot of pain through it all the way through. It was, in simple terms, it was a mess, a real mess. But in the end, and maybe that's the cliffhanger of the episode, because it was a settlement and everybody walk away and sign their documents. And, that's about really legally, I think. I guess those those confidentiality, I don't know how long they last, but anyway, everything got overdone, settled with. When that got done, and to to get through the CMLL stuff, Dixie wanted a relationship. I knew that they weren't up for playing ball with us, and I say them, CMLL, but we kind of gave it a try, and I think we sent some talent back and forth, but it never had the bite that Antonio saw the vision, he had interest. Look, the pay stuff was difficult, but that never really got off the ground. So when we went through, and we, as in TNA, when we went through that time of let's give it a shot with CMLL, and then, that didn't turn out. When we turned our attention, and Moody, who had worked for us, Moody from Puerto Rico, he had gone down with Conan, and he's also in creative department, AAA. When the stars kind of started to align and they were going to bring me back down, and I hadn't seen Conan since the settlement and since all that was put to bed. And that was highly, highly about as real of a tense moment that I'm flying to Mexico to do business with this. And we'll get into that story on the whatever episode. Well, you talk about high drama, but buddy, it set things in motion that I became the longest reigning. It's kind of crazy how it turned out. Longest reigning mega champion to that time, international, non-Mexican. But buddy, I'd love to get the audio of that and translate it.
We can't wait to talk more about AAA. I don't know what I expected today, but I had a blast. I hope you guys did too. I think we'll have to dip back in and talk about AAA a little more in the future. But this was fun, man. I'm glad we got to talk about Mr. Pena. I don't think American wrestling fans talk enough about him. And I feel like Conan oftentimes gets discussed as, oh, he was a part of the NWO, and then he did LAX and he has a podcast, and it's like, well, he did a lot more than that. By the way, he does have a great podcast, Keep It 100. Unfortunately, he does it with Disco Inferno. But we do share. Disco's a nice guy too. Focus on the bananas, damn it.
Damn right.
But our man Joseph, who helps slide all of our spots in and makes our show get on the air every week, he's actually the third voice on that show. So we'll never totally be all the way away from Conan. He's a big part of what we're doing here. And this was fun, man. It's something we don't normally talk about. I'm glad we got to talk about it today. You're in the middle of some stuff here in 2010. It's you and Karen up against Kurt and whoever they're bringing in at the time, which in this case was China. How crazy is it? You and Karen against Kurt and China. The Observer had this to say. Conan then said he doesn't trust Jeff Jarrett. He says he doesn't agree with Dorian and that these guys should be working with the TNA group to take over AAA, saying he hates TNA, that he's known Jarrett for 15 years. Jarrett thinks he's the king of the mountain, but this isn't Nashville. Conan said Jarrett doesn't like Latinos, and when he was in TNA, it sucked working for a racist boss. This is so funny because Conan is forbidden to say anything negative in public about TNA because of their out-of-court settlement on his lawsuit. So instead, he writes an angle where he feuds with TNA so he can say whatever he wants, but it's all storyline. Dorian said that Conan and Jarrett would solve their problems on the May 18th show. So I like the blurring of the lines when we can add a little bit of realism. We can suspend our disbelief. We can say, okay, I know that's just joshing and that's just fun and games, but now this was real. And the idea that we've got an angle here where it's you and Kurt and Karen, and now Conan saying all this crazy stuff about you being a terrible person and blah, blah, blah. This is good stuff.
All right, give it a little set point because I think it may be a bit confusing. Maybe it's not, but the Karen, Jeff, Kurt, China match is TNA. That's on Impact.
Yes.
And that storyline, we had been going several months. So that was, the Jeff Kurt angle was coming to a close. And so that's my in-ring hat I'm wearing, Conrad. Outside the ring in TNA is after the whole power play and back in the office and working day to day. Me and Bob Carter came to agreement that I was going to focus on international. And that's what I did. Later following year, we did Ring of King, and there were some UK tours and got to work with Lionheart and all that. Those are another episodes. But as far as Mexico went, during 07, 08, 09, or 08, 09, 010, somewhere in that little area, Conrad, Dixie had wanted us to try to work with Paco and the other company. And that was kind of an up and down talent exchange. But at the same time, I'll call it the litigation between Conan and Panda Energy International and TNA Entertainment, all that was going on. Finally, the dust settled. Let's just say all that. And bygones would be bygones. And Moody Jack Melendez, originally from Puerto Rico, he had done our Spanish broadcast. He had worked for the company for years here in Nashville. He had gone down to Mexico, and now he's working for AAA with Conan. Have I lost you so far?
No.
Okay. So he's working down there, and now we're going to do this storyline, and it was no secret at all in Mexico or in the U.S. that Conan and TNA had a major falling out.
Yep.
And that things were settled and everything was over and done with. Then all of a sudden, Conan's doing this story, and to kind of put the flag in the ground in Mexico at the time, my world listeners, it was AAA or Tripla, as I got to start referring to now, but AAA wrestling in Mexico. That was the name of the promotion, still is, but we'll call it the Society. La Sociedad stands for society. That was the heel faction group that Dorian, the son, had been corrupted by Conan and others. And so it was a interpromotional war that Dorian, the young upstart, was breaking away from his family and his mother, because the mother was the original founder, Antonio Peña's brother, sister, and all that kind of stuff. So all of that tension had been building. And then the next thing you know, we'll call it the king of the mountain, the tortilla throwing Rudo was coming down, and there was going to be a big face-to-face in San Luis Potosi, home of several famous wrestling stars. But that's kind of where the blurring of the lines build up. So Conan had been sowing those seeds, creatively sowing those seeds. And we'll get into it later in this episode, how much forethought Conan always puts in his stories. He really thinks things through. But he had started sowing those seeds, and the show sold out. And I'm going to take a little credit here. The show sold out based off Jeff Jarrett and Conan coming face-to-face for an in-ring. People were saying, hey man, this stuff is real. And now we know they're going to work together. Okay. But let's see what comes out of this, because they're going to fight each other and we want to see that fight. That's how the table had been set.
Well done. I love it. And it's exciting.
It was
blurring in the lines. It's great stuff.
So I don't want to jump ahead, but I'll say this, Conrad. I fly down there. Abyss. I'm trying to think somebody, but we get picked up at the airport, and I have not seen or spoke to Conan because Moody and them kind of did the arrangements in years. This is real. Cut the room tension with a knife. I had not. It was, I'm not going to say the tension was real. So we arrive at the building, Conrad. You've got to get him to tell his side of this story too, or whatever it is. But he's producing the show and he's doing his thing and this and that and all this kind of stuff. And we get there and put the bags in the room, and me and Abyss, we just go back, go out in the arena. This is earlier in the day, and sit up in the bleachers or sit up in the stands a while and just kind of watch how things go. And they kind of, okay, here's kind of one segment, two segment. We're expecting to kind of have some niceties, hey, this is the deal. And all of a sudden you hear on the horn, all right, clear the arena. We're letting folks in. I look over to Biss like, oh, okay. Okay. I guess we're not doing the whole proverbial walkthrough today. We're not going to have any discussions. We're not going to, okay, let's go to the back. So there were messages conveyed. And again, I don't want to jump too far ahead, Conrad, but it was an interesting day at work to say the least. So I'll let you.
Let me tag in here. So the taping happens May 18th. There's a sellout 5,000 folks there. Meltzer would say this. It built up a big showdown between Conan and Jeff Jarrett, but it was a swerve as all of La Sociedad, instead of attacking Jarrett and working to run off AAA, all turned on Zorro. Jarrett got great heat with fans throwing garbage at him, and he and Conan argued, and the crowd went crazy, thinking Conan was going to turn face against Jarrett. But then they did the swerve where Conan and Jarrett and La Sociedad all attacked Zorro with a baseball bat and beat him down. This leads to the Zorro versus Jarrett title match. Yep, they kicked the world champion out of their group. Dr. Wagner Jr. and Joe Leiter and Nicho beat Abyss, Jarrett, and Super Crazy in the main event when Wagner Jr. pinned Crazy. They had the usual post-main event run-in brawl. The AAA guys cleared the ring of La Sociedad as well as Jarrett and Abyss. Mr. Roldan then said that this showed that even if La Sociedad joins with TNA, he won't be able to take over AAA. Dorian then said he's wrong and that after Triple Mania, they'll destroy AAA and TNA will take over. So this is a legit invasion angle. You're working with Dorian to put all this together, I assume, or are you working with his father?
Oh no, Dorian. Dorian and Moody was the early kind of creative conduit, and then obviously Conan. At the end of the day, and it's a Conan creative with Dorian, obviously integral part of it, and I'm sure Moody was in there. But that was the story, that was the tension, and you got to remember that TNA in the early relationship. 03, 04, 05, we were that upstart pay-per-view only company. Now, fast forward to 2010, been on Spike several years, all the different names, Kurt and Christian and 3D. And by this time, Hulk, it was the TNA brand was much more well-known. And here comes TNA going to side with the son of the owner, the mother. Yeah. And then Conan.
The Shane McMahon, if you will.
There you go. And this is where Conan is he is Hulk Hogan and Vince McMahon combined in this culture. And he's the one who's going to defend it against that Gringo Jarrett. And we go at it in the ring verbally, not me, but we through the translator. But Conan is giving me a dog cussing, and they really think we're about to come to blows. And just as Meltzer wrote, the result was we kicked the world champion out of our group because we were taking over. The subtleties of the entire story were freaking awesome and a ton of heat, and it just kind of set things up for the next year.
Bravo, Conan. I mean, Conan doesn't get enough credit. I mean,
He
what
doesn't.
a creative genius, hell of a performer, just did it all. We'll keep telling that story, I'm sure. But so tell me about the real life tension. You don't talk to Conan at all until you're out there?
Backstage, because again, Moody's is creative, and they, I need obviously me and Abyss, and it was translation. Like, what are we doing here? And so we didn't really get into and look, whether we weren't talking for a purpose or not, Conan was also running a show.
Yeah.
There were no high fiving. Hey, bro, good to see you. None of that. We went to the ring with the creative laid out, lots of tension, and look, you're going to be going to Mexico City for Triple Mania, Conrad.
Can't wait.
I want to take you to San Luis Potosi. I want to take you to a few other shows where you get a real taste of the culture. But I mean, would you say it was May? It was hot in that building, but the tension and the people, they just knew me and Conan were going to go to swinging. Now, once the angle came off and we got to the back, when business is, it's like that just clicked huge. And look, Dorian, so this is 10 years ago. So he's what, 27 here, Conrad?
Young man, yeah.
A young man. Oh, a ton of heat. He's siding with the American. It was just beautiful. It was really good.
At the time, you lost a loser leaves town match to Kurt Angle, and you're banished to Mexico by TNA. We haven't really gotten into this in full detail, but is it really just, hey, Bob wanted me to focus on international? Is that it? Or is there more to it?
Give us a rest in, look, it's a whole nother story, but be careful with your success. It could be frowned upon. That's a whole nother episode. Give
me the Cliff Notes version. People thought there was too much Jeff on the show.
Oh, no. Dixie didn't want us on the show. Dixie didn't want Jeff and Karen on the show, period. It got over. The story got over. Kurt was awesome. China for that match was awesome. Karen was awesome. It got rolling. And whether it was a Dixie Russo, Hulk, whatever it may be, Dixie didn't want us on the show. And hey, we're going to give your character a rest. Okie dokie.
I can tell the frustration is still.
It's just ridiculous. Yeah. You're making me relive this stuff. No, but I mean, it was so silly.
Well,
so silly.
Only in wrestling is a thing where, hey, now go do your job. Don't do it too well. Right? Isn't that silly?
Oh, it's childish.
Don't do it too well now.
All right, guys, we have to take a little break in the action, a little pause, if you will. And I'm very excited to talk about this sponsor today. I have been actively wrestling over 37 years, and you can imagine how technology has changed, how science has changed. But at the end of the day, from the day I first broke into the business till now, my body's everything. How well it performs depends on how well I can do my job. And today's sponsor of the show, or one of them, is Signos. What is Signos? Well, Signos is a CGM, that's a continuous glucose monitor, and it's an app, which is an AI-driven app. And I'm telling you guys, I'm going to, before I kind of tee up exactly what Signos does, I'm going to give you a little bit of a science why I want to talk to you about this today. The CDC estimates that there are approximately 96 million Americans, adults that is, more than 1 in 3 that have pre-diabetes. Of those who have pre-diabetes, more than 80% don't even know they have it. Now, why does that matter? Well, foods high in carbohydrates raise blood sugar more than any other foods. During digestion, the pancreas produces insulin, which then binds the sugar in the blood and takes it into cells as a source of energy. If you have prediabetes, sugar begins to build up in the bloodstream rather than fuel in the cells. This is when insulin resistance occurs. That's the bad stuff here, guys, which is to believe the number one cause of prediabetes. So, folks, here's what I'm going to just get right down to. Why? Well, Signos uses data directly from your body to design a weight loss plan or a plan that's unique to you and your lifestyle. Signos is the only company that combines a glucose monitor with an AI-driven app to deliver real-time, folks, real-time glucose monitoring for optimal health and weight management. With Signos, you can literally see which foods cause your blood sugar to spike above reasonable levels and get real-time alerts to do a bit of exercise to bring them back down. It's a warning sign, guys. If you're trying to achieve a weight loss goal, Signos is like a cheat code designed using data specifically for you. You learn the difference between stress eating and true hunger, which will help you to properly manage your daily food intake. And you know what? That's not the only benefit. Get a better grip when it comes to managing your energy throughout the day and sleep better at night. That's a huge thing for me. It's not just time management, it's energy management, because we know that a good day can't start without a proper night's rest and recovery. So folks, Signos removes the guesswork of weight loss and provided me with tools and knowledge I needed to develop healthier habits. It combines my glucose data from the CGM, or the continuous glucose monitor, with an AI-driven app to deliver me real-time glucose insights for optimal health and weight management. Right now, Signos has an offer exclusively for our listeners. Go to signos.com. That's Signos, S-I-G-N-O-S. That's signos.com, and get up to 20% off select plans by using the code MyWorld. Of course, code MyWorld today. That's signos.com. Use code MyWorld to get up to 20% off select plans for you today. And folks, I'm just getting started on this, but if you know me and listen to this podcast a long time, you know that I try to take every little edge and advantage that I can. I'm up early. I get my protein. I get my carbs. I get my exercise. I get my reading. I get my meditation. But folks, I'm just telling you, our energy, our blood sugar, our blood is truly the life source, as we all know. And if you can't monitor it and really know what's going on, that's where you can kind of get yourself in trouble. So folks, Signos is the real deal, first of its kind. And when you get into it, I'm just telling you, I call it it's an advantage and an edge that, quite frankly, nothing can replace it. So signos.com, that's signos.com. Get up to 20% off select plans by using the code MyWorld today.
So you head to Triple Mania and you get the win for the AAA World Super Mega Heavyweight title from Zorro. It's reported in the Observer that the original plan was to have Kurt Angle here at Triple Mania, but his price was too high. I find that curious. Did you ever hear that?
Yeah, I mean, yes, the look, when Kurt did not work a TNA date, we had to allocate a certain amount to it, and he was getting paid so much, it was never going to align with Mexican bookings. That's why the New Japan deal was so lucrative for all parties. That New Japan did anything, TNA screwed it up. But yeah, Kurt's economics did not work in Mexico. I think he went twice, maybe once or twice. He was never considered to be a regular, ever.
So let's talk a little bit about the match itself. Meltzer would say this: Jarrett pinned Zorro to win the AAA Super Mega Heavyweight title in 15.5 minutes. El Hijo del Tirantes was the heel, and he pretty much let everything go. There was outside interference by both Karen Jarrett and Anderson. Zorro used a kendo stick. The match was described as slow and boring, but Zorro wasn't close to 100% due to injuries, most notably several pulled or torn muscles. Jarrett at one point cracked his guitar over Zorro's head, and Zorro threw powder in Jarrett's eyes. The finish would see Jarrett use the third of 3 guitar shots and then hit Zorro with a kendo stick for the pin. The crowd was furious with Jarrett winning. Jarrett was taunting the crowd by throwing tortillas into the audience. Is this the footage that I've seen a friend of ours send me? You trying to escape to the back and they're throwing stuff at you?
Not this one.
You were ducking for cover.
Yeah, that's another event. But this is something that we knew Zorro was not in tip-top shape.
I had no idea it was this bad. But look, again, the cultural situation down there, they work, or, the Lucha guys work 6, 7, some guys work, I don't know if 10 is too much, but I mean, they work all the time. It's not just a AAA show. So Zorro was beat up and banged up. And so we had, more than usual, as it referenced, 3 guitars, Karen at ringside. The referee let everything go. I do know this was, I don't want to call it the show, but Karen connected emotionally with the Lucha audience. This was one of those nights that as her character began to develop, it was electric. It was really, really, we made a good package. And this was, we win the title and she was impactful. And, but poor Zero was beat up bad before the match.
A few weeks later, you defend the title in a 3-way against Dr. Wagner Jr. and LA Park and retain the title after Chessman hit Park with a guitar. What was the plan for you to be the long-term champion, or was it just not realistic?
No, I think everybody was just going to kind of see on a step-by-step basis the success of it. And as we rolled into it, it was working really good. And the storyline, again, I don't think we're, to get in this entire run, we can't get too granular,
Right.
if you will. But the year and a half that I was the champion, the hair matches with Dorian and his father and the intricate storylines and all this, it was rolling. It was working. I mean, business was good. The heat was great. The storyline was there. And I'm sure it's debatable, but the championship, I mean, look at Roman right now. He's in the Usos. When you hold on to a title, the longer you can hold on to it without it getting stale and fresh opponents, we were rolling, and it was fresh and new, and everything that went with it. And I came back and from time to time was on TNA TV as the Mexican champion. We had to cover the plate, and that was a bunch of drama, political BS that wasn't real, but we went down that road. But long story short, it was working. There wasn't any set plan. You win it at this Trumplemania and drop it at the next. There was no set plan. It was, we'll just keep going.
Talk to us about LA Park. A lot of us listening to this are familiar with him just from the Nitro days when we knew him as La Parka, the chairman of WCW, but you got to work with him here, and I'm sure you at least shared a locker room with him in WCW, but this is a different experience. Now you're on sort of his home territory. Talk to us about LA Park.
So he may be a really, really good example of Lucha Libre culture in that you just named it. La Parka is an IP, is an intellectual property owned by AAA Wrestling, and they made Adolfo the original La Parka. Well, they had a business falling out, and they put a new guy under that, and he was a longtime star. God rest his soul. He just passed away a couple of years ago. Terrible accident, did a tope out and paralyzed him, and he truly never recovered. But La Parka got over in WCW. Obviously, he was already, or he had never been brought up to Nitro. But he came back, and they did that storyline. LA Park versus La Parka, not mass versus mass, but they did all kind of bloodbaths and great storytelling and all that. But now by, what is this, 2010, 11, La Parka was in and out of the promotion and knows how to work. And obviously, he, like a lot of guys, he was over. And so he was in and out of the promotion, and I enjoyed working with him, but he'll lay his stuff in. I'll tell you that for sure.
El Zorro, we mentioned him a couple times here. What can you tell us about El Zorro?
Just a charismatic, not a mask, very charismatic. Again, we referenced Cybernetico not long ago, and he's a true legend. And on this Triple Mania, when you talk about it, it's like Terry Funk versus Mick Foley, or Terry Funk versus who's a modern day deathmatch guy, not Matt Cardona.
Moxley.
But, yeah. So I mean, it's that. But Zorro was a guy who had worked his way up to the ranks through the years, and so he was a seasoned vet that was the champion, and again, very charismatic.
I feel like we should mention you're going to drop the title to El Messias. Am I saying that right? At Rey de Reyes.
Ricky Banderas, El Messias.
When LA Park interferes and ends your title reign. Up to that point, you were the longest reigning champion. So that's kind of a big deal.
Only Johnny Caballero, I think he broke my record last year or 2 years, whatever, pandemic, whenever it was. But yes, that's a pretty cool stat for me, Conrad.
Ricky Banderas has been around a long time. We've seen him for a while. I remember seeing him back in the day, I think in TNA, did we not? I mean, he was around 07, 08, something like that.
Mega star in Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Mega, huge star.
Probably one of the biggest of that era, right?
For sure.
Maybe
that him and Apollo were the new they were the new blood, Savio Vega and Miguel and Castillo, they were the generation a little bit up, but Macias, super athletic, and he was on Lucha Underground, was he not? Yep. But great talent, and he was, he was going to be there full time, and I thought it was pretty cool that I got to drop it to him because I'd known Ricky a while.
Could you compare him to someone in American wrestling?
Oh boy, I won't do good at this, but gosh almighty. Oh man, he's athletic, built great,
but super decorated. Here's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay.
IWA World Heavyweight Champ 6 times, IWA Intercontinental Champ 3 times, IWA Tag Team Champ 6 times.
And IWA is Victor Quinones's Puerto Rican promotion.
Their hardcore title 10 times. Here in AAA, they're World Tag Team Champ 1 time. The Rey de Reyes, the Mega Champion 4 times. The Lucha Underground Champion. I mean, whatever you're looking for.
Yep.
He's done it, including the World Wrestling Council, WWC, and even the old defunct Wrestling Society X. Like, this guy's been everywhere, done everything. A lot of people saw big money in him. He just, for whatever reason, didn't get much time on the WWF, WCW side of things, but it doesn't mean he didn't have an incredible career and become a global star.
Too young for the WCW days. He came along after that, but at TNA, there was some opportunity. Nothing to his fault. Political situations. I'd have to really do some research and jog my memory on his opportunities and timing. But when he got to Mexico City, it's to me, that is, in Puerto Rico, he was very successful. But when he got there, his career went to another level because he really came into his own and became a box office. Not that he wasn't a box office attraction in Puerto Rico, but he was, a big star for Dorian.
Here's something I never thought I'd see. You and Kurt Angle as a tag team for a hair versus hair match. How the hell does this come together?
Only in Mexico City. It is a lot of fun. Good match. Go out of your way, as Conrad would say. Folks, go out of your way to check this out. We're going to have to get Dorian to dig that up from the archives. So who were our partners? I'm trying to think.
You're going to defeat the AAA Trios champions at Triple Mania 21, where you team with Matt Morgan and Monster Pain to take on the Los Psycho Clowns. But somewhere in there, you still made time for a hair match with Kurt Angle as a tag partner. A minute ago, we didn't think he was maybe we can make the money work. And now here he is in a hair match.
He must have lost it going in, but no. I'm just trying to think what the story was on that. I'll have to dig up my research on that. I don't know.
It was Triple Mania 20, I think.
Okay.
I could be wrong on that. I mean, the way I think I have it here is we've got sort of Team Dorian versus Team Mr. Roldan, his dad. It's Electroshock rather, in LA Park, taking on you and Kurt, and you guys have Dorian and Karen in your corner.
That's it. Dorian's hair versus Roldan, the father's hair. It's father versus son, hair versus hair.
Yes.
Yeah. So you told me you kept.
But still, a hair match is such a big deal in Mexico, and now imagine
father son,
just like we did once upon a time with Trump and Vince.
That's it.
Now it's father son. So it's Vince versus Shane, hair versus hair, and you're defending the son here. That's kind of a cool story
with Kurt. So you kind of have to see the vision of two American.
Not only that, you and Kurt.
Yep.
Karen in your corner.
Yep.
And Dorian.
Yep.
This is crazy.
It's box office. But again, I'm going to go to Conan. You have to understand the episodic nature of the weekly build, and father son are not fighting over their allowance money. They are fighting over control of this company. And this is the 20th or the 21st Triple Mania. So at Triple Mania, for the control of the company, essentially, but I mean, at this point, it was hair versus hair, and is as authentic as you can get in Lucha Libre style. Wasn't masked, it was hair versus hair, father son. And so, the B-roll shots and the still shots of the mother in the crowd witnessing her husband and her son going at it. It's just storytelling, emotional storytelling. Who cannot? Now, Conan, a lot of story behind the story, and you're chuckling and grinning that, okay, so you and Kurt are partners and everything go with that. But the American is coming down from TNA, fighting for the kid Dorian. Good stuff.
Really great stuff. We should revisit that whole thing one day.
Oh, I'm telling you, we should.
Maybe have Dorian.
Yes.
We got to have Dorian on, and
can I moderate? Because I want to ask him questions.
How great would that be?
Now, I'm telling you.
Let's work on that.
Get Conan.
Yeah, both of them.
So back up. Conan, like me and a lot of others, we always have our ups and downs. There has been a time that I'll just say the doors weren't always wide open for Conan at AAA, but mending fences and weaving in and out. But for all of this as the world turns, and he's masterminding this story of father son, Jeff and Kurt, and that's not even getting on the political side of who's in the match and who's defending, because you can imagine the slot that the baby faces, the Technicos wanted to be to face me and Kurt, because Dorian's the one losing the hair. It's big. No, the father lost.
It's amazing to think about all the history that gets crammed in there, and how Conan is the guy that sort of pulls it all together. And what's fascinating to me most of all, and I know, boy, this just feels like a Conan appreciation show, but to be clear, he's the top star in Mexico of the modern era. And a lot of times people just really quickly say, he was the Hulk Hogan of Mexico. But it was bigger than that, because he did movies and television, but it wasn't like goofy shit like Hogan did. It was good stuff. And he put out a rap album, and it wasn't like goofy shit. It was good stuff. And the first Triple Mania is something like 59,000 folks, and it's built on his back. And he comes out to fucking Rocky music. and he looks different than everyone else. He's a bodybuilder. And by the way, boy, I know that how this sounds because I'm an Alabama fucker saying it, but he's not even Mexican. This is a Cuban guy coming in and becoming the biggest star in Mexico. Like, it shouldn't have happened, but it did. And then he becomes almost like he jumped ship just like Hogan did, right? From one company to another. Biggest star in CMLL, then becomes biggest star in AAA, and really AAA's launched on his back, and it becomes the biggest thing going. And then guess what? He sees the next frontier is WCW, and he becomes almost like the talent whisperer. To use a mafioso Godfather-like term, he's the consigliere to all of the talent. Then, now, and forever. And then somehow became a political animal and understood the booking and how to navigate these waters. But as you said, at times, he'd get himself in a little bit of trouble. Maybe he would have a too strong of an opinion, or maybe he didn't always play politics the right way, or whatever. But now he's somehow found a way to mature and grow and be better. And you hear his philosophy now. And this is a guy who, when he talks to talent, man, he's been there, done that. And I mean, in front of the camera, behind the camera, the whole thing. But a guy who, despite the rocky stops and starts and crazy infighting and all that, he's still there now, which, to take it back to the start of our show, is why I have hope for CM Punk. Not comparing the two. There's no comparison between the two. Outside of, I'm sure there were a lot of times where offices at WCW or TNA or CMLL or AAA sounded just like your dad and Austin Idol. We'll never use Conan again. And now here he is creating magic at WrestleMania 20 or Triple Mania 20, like we're talking about in this hair versus hair match. And he'll do it again in 3 weeks in Mexico City for Triple Mania 30. The Conan story, dude, is fascinating. And the more I learn about Conan and the more I get to sort of pick his brain and learn from him, because I had the good fortune of being able to hang out with him a few hours, a month ago in Mexico. Dude, that dude, he's a fucking wrestling guru for real.
I got a story coming up in this episode that you're going to crack up at. So keep rolling.
Triple Mania 21. We mentioned a minute ago. You beat the Trios champions. You and Matt Morgan and Monster Pain over Los Psychos Clown. Make a comparison to the Psycho Clowns. Is there anybody like that in the U.S.?
You know what is, I guess, and it's come and gone, but in America, I'm going to give you a little game here. Conrad, if I tell you, what's the first thing you think of when I say wrestling clown? Go.
Doink.
Okay. The Psycho Clowns, that music, God almighty, and I was going to cue that up on my phone. Their theme music that they come out to puts a vibe in the arena because they've got a crazy clown mask. And folks, if you haven't seen it, it'll be on at My World Pod or at Real Jeff Jarrett. We'll show images of Psycho Clown. But originally there was a big clown, Psycho Clown. Anyway, there were a group of clowns. In San Luis Potosi, that's the first time I saw them. It's such a unique act that just freaking works. But they're crazy clowns. So the original Matt Bourne, Doink the Clown, that was kind of a maniacal deal. I thought that was the best version of Doink. But the Psycho Clowns, they're Lucha Libre guys that you're not going to see them do 15 Hurricane Rondas and all that, although they can do the Lucha style. It's not about the moveset. It's all about the charisma and connecting with the kids and connecting with the audience, and a lot of fun. And, you're definitely a Jim Crockett guy. Handsome Jimmy in his prime. Yeah. Just when he came through the curtain, it's certainly in Memphis, the boy from New York City was super over. Yep. I mean, Handsome would tell my dad, or my dad would tell my Handsome, hey man, boy from New York City, we'll play that thing 3 or 4 times. If the people are with it, keep going. How long are you going to go in your match? My dad, Handsome, like, the shorter, the better. It's all about the emotional connection. And so Psycho Clowns, yeah, it is. Huge connection.
Psycho Clown still one of the more prolific and over talents. He's going to be a big part of Triple Mania in a couple.
I think he's the biggest box office attraction. I know Vikingo and Phoenix, and that gets in our debate. Who's the best in-ring wrestler and all that, and we kind of know where that argument can go. But as far as a box office attraction, I'll say this: Psycho will sell the most merch.
No doubt.
30. Yeah,
I would bet on that. Listen, it's not in our notes, but I do want to bring it up because I have heard rumors and innuendos, whispers, if you will. I don't know, so I'm just going to ask. We can edit it out if you don't want to talk about it. But I heard once upon a time you had an issue with Psycho Clown. What happened?
Elaborate.
I don't know. I was told that there was some sort of real life heat once upon a time. I don't know if that's real or not. No one in AAA told me that. It was a Lucha fan who was trying to smarten me up and said, "Oh, you know what's ironic is, your son Cody was at one of our events in Nashville wearing a Psycho Clown shirt." And that's the reason that this fan pointed out and said, "That kid, that's Jeff's kid, right? Yeah. His dad got in a fight with that." What? I didn't know that.
Wow, Conrad, you did a little scoop.
So what happened? And we'll edit that if we don't want to talk about it.
No, God, I love it. And he would love it that we're talking about it.
So it really happened. There was a real situation.
Boy. Yes. Oh boy. And we're going to get into a little bit later in this episode as well. But one night the story was whatever the scenario was, but I ended up taking a guitar shot and I was supposed to be down. Now, have you seen Psycho Clown when he goes into his comeback? His trademark comeback? I
saw him wrestle Joey Janela in Nashville.
I don't know if did he take off his weight belt?
Yes.
Okay, so the My War listeners that aren't familiar with Psycho Clown, when he starts into his comeback, at the very end of it, it's like Lawler pulling down the strap or whatever it may be. He pulls off his own weight belt, like a Cody Rhodes weight belt, and he starts strapping everybody in the ring. A lot of times he'll strap the referee or one of his partners. He's just crazy. He went psycho with the belt, and it tells the story. Well, as the match had gone and the match was over and there was a lot of afterbirth and still craziness going on, and I had taken a guitar shot and I was down in the ring selling, quote unquote, knocked out.
Yeah.
And he came over and whacked me again. And I've got a belief, if you're going to whack me, I want to sell it. So don't whack me when I'm knocked out. And he did it. And I rolled out of the ring and kind of let that one go. And then he keeps going crazy and did it again. I want to say it's like the third time or something like that. By this time, Conrad, I'm like,
Country Boy's pissed now.
If this son of a bitch, and kind of full disclosure, I don't know if you know this, Conrad, but there was a time, let's just say I might have tipped a canoe or two.
Sure. Once upon a time, you maybe had a little fun.
So when the engine water was rolling and high test, as some folks will say, I had some high test water in me that night, and that second, third, fourth time happened. That's all she wrote. I came up and the live round started going.
You were firing off on him for real?
Oh yeah. We went at it.
In the ring in front of everybody.
In the aisle. In the aisle. And no, people started working, but like breaking it up. And then they knew real quick that I connected with a couple of live shots and he was firing live rounds back, and it kept going and it got in the back, and I can cuss somebody out in Spanish and he can cuss somebody out in English. And it was pretty ugly. And then that was kind of,
what year do you think that was, if you had to guess?
Look, we need to ask Charlie. I'll find out. I don't know, but obviously it was before 2017.
Yeah.
It's a ways back. 12, 13, 14. So it's a ways back.
I know we're getting sidetracked, but I appreciate that you're always just super honest. So I'm going to ask it because it sounded like you insinuated it. Were you drinking before the match?
Yes.
Wow. So you were knee deep in it.
This is where sin takes you farther than you'll ever expect to go. As a cardinal rule, I had never, ever, ever. And do you know how I rationalize that? Because Mexico's different culture, and I'm talking about as far as the wrestling. Oh, it's okay. I'm flying to Mexico, land. Karen's favorite meal is this club sandwich and chicken soup, and we would eat before we'd go to the show. And a lot of times we would go into the arena after the people got in. People think, no, yeah, because of the heat, they didn't want me and her arriving while the people were going to the building. So
I got you.
So we would be literally like, we better eat now because we're not getting back here till late. It's 5:30 or 6 or 6:30 or 7. A lot of times we wouldn't get picked up to go to the show till 6 or 7.
Wow.
Show start. Yeah. So, I'll just have 1 or 2. Well, this day probably had 2 or 9. And arrived hitting on all cylinders, but fine, went out and worked the match. But once that 3rd or 4th weight belt stung me around the ribs, when I'm dead selling, in my mind, I rationalized, God almighty, how the hell am I going to sell this? I'm dead. I'm going to stay here because the finish had called for me to be knocked out by my guitar.
Sure. So you can't move around or sell it.
Did. Yeah.
So you felt like he was taking a liberty.
He was taking a liberty.
And
it'd be a green mistake, but he was taking a liberty.
Okay. And so is that the way ultimately he explained it, or it was explained away that, he was green and it was a mistake and he didn't know?
I don't think it was green. Just, no, that's my gimmick. That's my gimmick. So we agreed to disagree, essentially.
How did cooler heads prevail? How did it eventually get calmed down? How does it not spill over to the back?
Well, it spilled over into the back for sure. And then, me and Karen's like, God almighty, would you stop? She's pissed off at me. You can imagine,
I don't want any part of pissed off Karen.
Well, she's mad at me, and then the silent treatment, and okay.
You just get along at that point. Right? I mean, listen, it's just mine and your wives, boy, when they get pissed off, it's like that dog in Christmas Vacation snots. It's easier if you just let him finish.
Boom. So I shower. Let's go back to the hotel. We got an early flight. She,
politically, is there any backlash from that? Where they're like, oh, we can't bring Jeff back. Jeff, was.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure they were not happy with it. I mean, there was one trip where I wonder if this is the trip. Maybe because LA Park, Conrad, in my big room out there, or where, my.
Yeah, your man cave.
Okay. The man, up on the thing that I got that broken guitar.
Yep.
I don't know if you were there. That is the broken guitar that I brought back from Mexico that LA Park hit me with that split me. I've got a nice
one in the bathroom.
No, that's Steiner.
Okay.
Steiner hit me back, but this is up on the ledge. It's a black one that is heavier than usual, but I got a nice scar on the top of my head. It's probably about a 2-inch one.
Wow.
And I got walloped, and no, doctor wants to look at it, and I'm telling the doctor, get away from me. I showered. We get to the airport the next day, and it's bleeding out of my head. Karen's pissed off at me. I don't know if this was the same trip or not, but she was furious that I didn't get it sewed up. And now she's in the airport waiting on a gate. We're about to go get on a flight, which is going to bleed even more. She goes to the pharmacy, gets the Neosporin. She's Conrad. It wasn't a red letter day in the Jeff and Karen situation. She was so mad at me. But thank God all that stuff is in my rearview mirror, Conrad.
How are you and Psycho Clown today?
So now great. We've worked a bunch. I think my last match was against him down there. I've worked with him. He was over. Literally the next time, went up to him, Migo, blah, 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 blah. It's over.
I always love that in wrestling, more often than not, it does become, let's let bygones be bygones.
Oh, it's over. No, there was no upside to holding on to any of it.
Is it ever played out in a story? Like, do wrestling fans
No.
who follow
I'm,
Triple H?
I'm actually surprised, and kudos to you or your friend or whoever that you recalled it. We'll find a YouTube clip of it.
Well, the only reason it even came up is because, again, Cody was wearing a Psycho Clown shirt.
But here's my point.
So they thought it was ironic. And I was like, I didn't have I had seen Psycho Clown, but I had no context for why would Jeff be in a spat with that guy?
Well, and I don't believe, shout out Derek, I don't believe it was reported in Meltzer's Noodle Cider.
I've never seen it written or talked about at all.
So Conan, I would say Conan, the promotion, I don't say sweep it under the rug. It was a non-issue. Two guys got in a fight in the aisle. If you didn't really know and see a little goose egg here and a goose egg there and a scuff on a guy's chin or this and that, you didn't even know. Just like, hey, those guys are throwing live rounds with a bunch of people around them.
Well, it just feels like you could go the other way too. Like you could say, oh, we got to make a story out of this.
Yeah. It didn't. We didn't go that direction.
Got it. Well, now I'm curious, since we just went down that rabbit hole, how many times do you think you've been in a spot where you threw live rounds in a quote unquote wrestling realm like this? A dust up a Psycho Clown. Can you count it on one hand?
I'm sure. Yeah.
Do you remember is there one that sticks out in your craw? It's like, buddy, that was the worst one. When me and old so-and-so, he did this and I did that.
No, a lot of times through the years, you get frustrated at guys that are taking liberties is one thing, but no selling, whether it's a heel or a baby face, and you're like, dude, this isn't anything we talked about in the back. We kind of laid this out, and if I'm the heel, I'm supposed to scoot, and the baby face is supposed to stay in the ring and not come out on the ring. Give me some space. But if you come out in the ring, then all of a sudden we got to fight again. There's nuances on. I let the heel scoot to the floor, but leave some space and let the announcers have time to tell that story. But if the baby face keeps chasing the heel on the floor and around the ring and then all of a sudden it's like the heel's on his bicycle and you're telling a different story other than, wow, this combustion just happened. Man, I can't wait till so-and-so date at the pay-per-view. Little nuances like that. So there's been countless of those that tell the right story. And so you get frustrated. Live rounds like that doesn't happen very often.
If you think of any, we should talk about some more.
Okay.
Because people love that sort of story. And by the way, that Psycho Clown story is going to go everywhere now. So be sure to see Psycho Clown in a few weeks at Triple Mania 30. Your next appearance in AAA was going to be after GFW is formed, and you appear at their World Cup to scout talent and provide commentary. Was your exit from TNA an issue with AAA or an opportunity?
Probably neither, but probably if you had to pick one or the other, obviously an opportunity. There was no connection between AAA and, for the lack of a better word, Dixie and her regime. There was nothing there. Zero. So
how does it come to be where you're going to be working with them for with the Global Force opportunity?
Just me and Dorian's relationship. And I reached out to him, and they had this Victoria's beer had a beer sponsor, and they were doing a World Cup, and they were like, yeah, we'd like to get you involved. And there was, if I remember correctly, Matt Hardy was there. There were Japanese talent. It was a big event. Lots of sponsorship dollars moved into that. It was one of the stories, and that'll probably be a little viral thing there. That was it. Conan and Vampiro on commentary when Vampiro had some flatulence.
I don't remember that.
Well,
I remember him yelling, "Play my fucking music."
Okay, remember that?
Yeah.
I think this night had a bunch of snafus. Conrad, I got you chuckling.
Yeah, I guess Vampiro farted so loud you could hear it through the headset in 2018. Let's take a listen here.
Wait, that was 18?
I mean, I think so. I mean, I just did a quick little Google and found this. Let's take a listen. Maybe this is it. I'm not sure, but we'll have some fun together.
What happened?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Whoa. Here we go. Something's going to
One
happen.
more time.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's hard for me to hear on this end, but the laugh on your face, Striker's with him, right?
Yes. I
got you off guard, didn't it? We've taken all kinds of left turns, dust ups, little inebriation, little flatulence.
Oh my God. The play my music thing happened at WrestleMania 26. I feel sorry, but it's my WrestleMania now. It's closer.
Okay.
I'm pumped.
Right on.
Listen, here's the deal. This feels like we're picking on Vampiro. I am not. I worked with Vampiro one time, and it was at StarCast 2 in Las Vegas. He was fantastic. Could not have been easier to deal with. Looking forward to spending some more time with him. I'm sure he's going to be at Triple Mania, and I'll get to see him for the first time in a while. And it's amazing because I think
go ahead.
I think most people listening to this think of Vampiro as a WCW guy. But buddy, he in the early 90s was a phenomenon. He was the Shawn Michaels heartthrob of the era, and he's still super beloved. But I guess there was a production snafu at WrestleMania or Triple Mania 26 here. He's on commentary. Killer Cross is in the ring. Jeff Jarrett's in the ring.
Music right now. Come on, man. Vampiro calling for his music because it's the music that will get these fans behind Vampiro for them to understand what's going on here. And all the production aside there, where's the fucking music at this point?
Striker is phenomenal.
You're being called out. Please, for the love of fucking God, put the music on.
Matt Striker, boy.
Hey,
Talented human being, a patient man, staying on track. But listen, I get Vampiro's frustration. Clearly a production snafu. It happened.
in the arena, and he wanted the people to cue because they pop off the music. It's all pop music, but literally pop music. So Back in Black's his theme, and he wanted that to hit. He'll step up in the ring because he's in ring. He was not coming from the back. So people at home listening to this, Vampiro was not at the go or gorilla position to walk down
ringside and commentary.
Ringside on English color commentary, not Spanish. So it is like a secondary language, second audio feed, and he's hoping that his music plays. He finally got a little frustrated, didn't he? And Matt Striker, what was his words? Well, all the production snap.
Well, what I liked is the way he goes, and of course, the music he's calling for is music that will let the fans know what Vampiro's intentions might be. I mean, it was so like, how do I explain what's happening here? Because it's not like he's hitting, a dump button to talk to the truck. It's just over the air on the feed.
Yes.
Tremendous.
And me and Cross are in the ring, right? Who else?
You and Cross and Conan and some others. And everybody's just sort of standing around like, where is Vampiro?
No, we weren't. We were looking at Vampiro.
Yeah, come on. What are you doing? This is your cue. Where are you?
Yeah, you're going to have to go without music tonight, pal. They have missed the cue. By God, he was not standing up until his music played.
He stood up and then sat back down. Like, I'm not going anywhere until the music hit.
It was a train wreck. A complete train wreck. Oh, boy.
Now, listen, we're not making fun of Vampiro or Triple Mania. It was, to your point, a secondary language. So imagine if all of a sudden Hugo Savinovich starts yelling back in the day in a WWE pay-per-view, play my fucking music. Nobody's hearing that. They're not even monitoring that feed. It's just sort of out there. They're
Oh,
monitoring the Spanish feed. So anyway, let's talk about, since we're having some fun, maybe this will not be painful, but there's a pretty controversial moment we got to talk about. The year prior to Triple Mania 26 is Triple Mania 25, and there's a Battle Royal Trios match, and supposedly there's an incident. It means the whole TNA GFW merger might not happen because there were reports that unfortunately you were under the influence at the show and in the ring. What can you clear up about that? Because I know this was quite a scene down there, and
there
had
is
the internet
nothing,
talking.
this is nothing to clear up. That is publicly the worst day. I don't want to be dramatic here, but this was almost the end of the end. This is Labor Day weekend. I went into treatment October 25th. So 7 weeks after this, but this was super, super dark days for me personally that very few were aware. Probably Karen was the only one who really, really, really knew. But we had flown to, and look, this is a rationalization, so I'm well aware of this. But we flew in, we left a day and a half before the show. No. So the show would have been, let's just say it's a Sunday. I think it was a Sunday, but we had left on Thursday night, last flight, to be down for rehearsals, PR on Friday and rehearsals all day Saturday, essentially. They asked us to come in quite early to go over a bunch of stuff, which was, as you know, Conrad, again, not an excuse, but wife, blended family, 5 kids. When we both go on the road, and she wasn't going, but it's a process. And okay, what you going down there? What are you doing? Okay, so here I go. We got to go in that early. Get down there, Conrad. And I sat around and sat around and sat around and did nothing and did nothing. Just kind of an excuse. Idle minds, the devil's workshop. But come pay-per-view Sunday or Big Show Sunday, got to the building and they kind of laid out, oh, you're just doing the battle royal and you're going to be in there, whatever, 3 minutes, 5, just, it was nothing. So in my active addiction brain, it gave me an enormous green light. I got this, no big deal. And what a disaster, dude. I mean, just embarrassed myself, embarrassed my family. Again, only by the grace of God, those days are behind me. But no, I went on camera and was in no condition to go.
Do you think without this moment, you would have turned your life around and pulled the nose up and all that jazz? Was this a catalyst for change?
I think there's a bunch of these moments in retrospect. Now, look, I'm sitting here with 5 years of clarity, so I can kind of look at different things that have happened. But without question, and as far as making amends, this is something that Ed Nornholm had to deal with this. Who wasn't even, he had nothing to do with this, but he had to deal with this situation once I got back to Nashville. That, I'd gone and represented the company in a very unprofessional manner in so many ways. And so not only did I disgrace my wife and kids and family, but also the company that I was working with. And so, yeah, it's certainly a catalyst, one of several, but this was probably, the final straw that broke the camel's back was I guess you could say the final public situation. This is number 2. It was a bad deal. And in the back, no fit. I was mad at the world, most importantly myself. But it was ugly backstage, and there was a documentary there. And look, I could come up with a couple of different incidences, but I'll never forget Bobby Lashley was in the dressing room, the situation that happened with Sexy Star and Rosemary, and that was total bullshit. And her either husband or boyfriend. It was just an ugly scene backstage, but they took advantage of Rosemary. That girl did. I mean, just the whole, I'll say this, leadership in that dressing room was not, Conan was not there. And Conan runs a different dressing room than Vampiro does. It's that simple. That was Vampiro's dressing room.
You're not fading hate to Vampiro, though. This is on you.
1,000% on me.
Yeah. I don't know what we can or can't talk about on the TNA side, so let's talk about the AAA side. Hurt feelings as a result of that? Do you have to, go make amends or what have you on the other side of this?
So flew home, as far as that, dealt with the anthem side of it. I'll say all that, and then the family side of it. But probably for sure less than 30 days. I was going to say in less than 2 weeks, 3 weeks. While I was in treatment, I got Dorian on the phone and just told him, dude, I owe you the biggest apology, and everybody in your organization and everybody that was there that night. I mean, and I meant every word of it, and got that. And I told him then, I will have an opportunity at some point. I hope sooner rather than later. I had no idea it was going to be how soon it was going to be, but I told him, Dorian, I owe you a huge apology. No, Jeff, he was very diplomatic about it, kind of, I don't say don't worry about it, but thank you. And let's move on. And I just said, hey, I want to be real clear, man. What I did was completely unprofessional. I've worked with your family since 2003, respect everything. And I'm sorry. I was 100% in the wrong. And that was the phone call. So yeah, there was a big amends, but I won't jump too far ahead of the story, but that was definitely made. Conrad, I want to say it was like week 2. I'd had a session and some conversations, and I'd wanted to have some conversations with both parents, obviously Karen, the kids, business, just running the gamut. But from a business perspective, Dorian was at the very top of the list.
What a great success story it is. You come back just a year later and you unmask to reveal yourself as the new leader of MAD, M-A-D, and you're in the main event for the AAA mega title with Ray Wagner and Rey Mysterio Jr.
As you give this, what's the date on this?
Let me look up the exact date, but it's 2018.
Yep. But this is, I want to.
You're going somewhere. You have a story of some sort.
Yeah, just the time frame.
I don't know the information. So
because I think it's Verano Discount. I think it's Summer of Scandal, that show.
How's June 16th sound?
Yeah, close enough.
June 3rd.
Okay, June 3rd of 2018.
Yes.
The situation we just talked about was August, September, Triple Mania. Went into treatment in October, get out in December, January, February. So we had some conversations. Hey, are you interested in coming down? And I just didn't know. I was putting my life back together. So this is the first week of June. Conan calls me and tells me, hey, can you be available for Verano Discount? It's Summer of Scandal. It's one of their 5 big shows. They got Triple Mania, Ray to Rays. We won't go into that right now, but it's one of their 5 big ones. Can you be at this show? Like, yeah. Okay. And then he called me about 3 or 4 days beforehand, because we had talked roughly that we're going to insert you into an angle. They got this faction called MAD with Killer Cross and Hoovy, and he's in it. And, just weaving the storyline, we're going to start something in May. But then June. He called me 3 days maybe before this, Conrad, and said, hey, you are bringing your wrestling stuff, aren't you? And I go, Well, I wasn't, but yeah, I probably was, but I'm not wrestling. I know that. I've seen how it's advertised. He goes, make sure you bring your wrestling gear. Okay. So lay out the match again.
So here we go.
Old arch rivals.
You unmasked to reveal yourself as the new leader of this mad group, and you're putting the main event, the AAA mega title with Ray Wagner and Rey Mysterio Jr. You win the match. And less than a year after the ugliness the year prior, not only are you back, now you're only in a big storyline. You're the champ. What a story.
You tell me, dude.
What a story.
6 weeks before this, I was put in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
I mean, I was like, and Conan, when we got to the building, and again, the Meltzer recap was I was unmasked. So they had done a weekly episodic vignettes, Conrad, of this mask leader that was the Wizard of Oz. He was directing, and they did storylines and build up and all this kind of stuff. And they basically say at Summer Scandal, the leader of MAD is going to be there. The leader of MAD's going to be there. Leader of MAD's going to be there. So when it comes time, I just like, hey, Conan, he goes, yeah, walk all screwed up, walk to the ring. Don't let them know it's you. Cause you're going to, I like had this hood, like I don't want to say anything political here, but it was not a wrestling mask. It was a true hood that was like a knapsack covering me. And I kind of limped to the ring and stood up in the ring, and they did that. And when I unveiled,
it's a white mask with like a sewn black mask, mouth frowning, and two like blacked out X's over your eyes.
When you say mask, it's like a bed sheet. I hate to say a pillowcase. It's not really a fancy mask or a hood.
Yeah.
So when I unmasked, the people were like, son of a, he was just in the Hall of Fame last month. Like, where in that? I mean, not only was the last time they saw me down there, I was in no condition, and then is the Hall of Fame. And now I'm the leader of this faction that has been terrorizing the entire promotion. And Rey Mysterio, they had a date on Rey. Now we're talking about Rey freaking Mysterio and Ray Wagner, huge star. So it's a three-way. And at the end of the night, they do this again, Conan creative finish. You talk about some heat, Connie.
The only giveaway I would have known is you're still wearing the damn blazer. You got to stop wearing these blazers.
They're off. I've put them in storage, pal.
Good.
Yeah.
It's a great story and a hell of a Jeff Jarrett story. I mean, it is the most Jeff Jarrett story of all time. Just when you think you can count him out. Nope. He's coming back, a Hall of Famer, and he's going to win the big belt. And it's going to take him less than a year. See y'all then.
I just read a report that America is now in more credit card debt than ever before, more than $1.1 trillion. My grandfather used to say, there's no stress like money stress, son. Well, are you feeling that right now? Let me help. You've got a friend in the mortgage business in me, and I've helped families just like yours save hundreds of dollars a month. Seriously, we've helped listeners to this podcast save up to $800 a month. At SaveWithConrad.com, we routinely help our podcast listeners consolidate all of their high interest rate credit cards into just one much lower monthly payment. Would you like to lower your monthly payments? Wouldn't it be nice to skip your next 2 house payments? Are you finally ready for some breathing room and peace of mind? Start saving money today with your friend in the mortgage business, me, at SaveWithConrad.com. You don't need perfect credit. You don't need money out of your pocket. And if we can't help you save some cash, we won't waste your time. You see, at SaveWithConrad.com, we don't say no. We say not yet, but here's how. We want to be your mortgage advisor for life. So find out how easy it is to finally get rid of your credit card debt once and for all, get a much lower monthly payment, and even skip your next 2 house payments. Let's find out how much money you can save for free at SaveWithConrad.com. NMLS number 32416, equal housing lender, SaveWithConrad.com.
You lose the title to current AEW star Phoenix in a 4-way that also involved Brian Cage and Rich Swann. And then you lose your hair against Ray Wagner. at Heroes Immortales.
Another one of their big fives. Yep.
So one of their big shows, another big hair payday coming your way. Madison Square Garden, AAA. Here we go. Have hair. Let's let it go.
So in the lead up, and Conan kind of laid out after the fact that I won the title and we're doing photos. And I remember looking over at Conan because that picture still exists. Me, Killer Cross, Hoovy, and Conan. When those pictures would be taken off, I vividly remember looking over at Conan going, dude, you are way too much. He said, just wait till you see where we're going. I was like, whoa. And Phoenix, again, this is 2018 he's phenomenal and he's coming up through the ranks. And Rich Swann, dude, he is unbelievably talented. And Brian Cage, I think he's just tailor-made for Lucha Libre because he can go and he's super athletic, but the way he looks is great. Anyway, the four-way.
And the way he moves. I mean, he can
That's
do
what I'm
that
saying. He's
stuff,
super
too.
athletic. But
Yeah.
so Phoenix is the new champion off and running. I'm the one who pitched this. I said, hey, Conan, got a little bucket list. What about a hair match? And he's like, talk to Dorian. That's where dollars get involved. And so me and Dorian had a conversation, and Ray Wagner is a guy that I got a ton of respect for. He's a legend. And I remember telling Karen, yep, me and Dorian came to terms. I'm doing a hair match and I'm losing, honey. She just looked at me and says, you're doing what? So, Immortal Heroes de Immortalis. But what a year 2018 was.
Your final match in AAA would see you team with Killer Cross and La Mascara in a losing effort to Los Fresas Salva. I don't know how to say that one. I screwed that one up. And Psycho Clown in a steel cage match. So Psycho Clown got you in the steel cage. I'm sure he whooped your ass one last time.
Yes, he did with that belt. It's on YouTube.
And I bet you sold it this time.
Damn right I did.
And then after, of course, we know you got hired by WWE. And then what do you know? You get a chance to take a little breather. And somehow you pop back up at WrestleCon earlier this year. WrestleCon has a AAA show, and I'll be damned if Jeff Jarrett's not there. How about that?
You want this whole episode to come full circle?
I'm ready.
You were at WrestleCon, right?
Yeah.
And me and Karen were there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who was with me and Karen?
I would assume Cody.
Yep, Code Dog. So who do you think Cody wanted to go see wrestle?
Psycho Clown.
Bingo. So it is going up and going to the ad-free booth and the My World booth and all this. So AAA has a show. And, as we walk by there, I'm going to knock on the door and I go in, say hello to a bunch of different folks. And Conan's there and we chatted up and he looks up at me and he goes, I got an idea. I said, oh, do you? And we chuckled. He said, be back here at 7. Okay. And it's on. And we have just seen just the tip of the iceberg of that.
Yeah. Triple Mania 30 is a multi-show celebration. You and Karen are even going to come out and there's a brawl with Latin Lover and Vampiro. Who knows what's next, but we know this. Triple Mania from Mexico City, right around the corner. It's going to be on Fight. I'm going to be there. I don't know if Jeff's going to be there. I don't know that I should even ask, but you can be there virtually on Fight.
I'm booked elsewhere, my friend.
A bunch of questions here came in about AAA. Josh Rosenbaum, Coach Rosie, friend of the show, says, was there a time in Mexico you did not feel safe inside or outside of the ring because of your in-ring persona?
Inside the ring, I always worried about that stray plastic bottle with too many rocks in it. That kind of comes with the territory. Concerned with that. Bad every time you go to the ring. Outside the ring, there were several times when you kind of arrive at the building, and even when you arrive late, you just kind of look around and go, this really isn't real safe. It just takes one idiot. But they did a lot of precautions. The police there always really understood. Many times I've left the building in diversion that they looks like we're getting in the car backstage and we're there and they have the stuff and then shut the car up, but we're really not in it. It pulls out. And a lot of people go that way and we go another way. So, it's a different culture. So comes with the territory.
Here's one. This is about cultures. Kenneth wants to know, hey, Jeff, love the podcast. We know the American wrestling audience is rowdy and very vocal. The Japanese wrestling audience is the opposite in that they're quiet and more respectful with soft clapping. How would you say the Mexican wrestling audience differs?
You know what? And I have, I've had this conversation a lot, and it's, that I'll say this: Italians are different than Germans. Germans are different than Swedes. Brits are different than Canadians. Canadians are different than Americans. In Mexico, as a culture, not just wrestling, as a culture, they're very, very passionate about their country, a lot of patriotism, about their food, about their emotions. They wear the emotions on the sleeve. They love a great novella. Just their culture has a lot of passion in it. And so with that passion, they bring it to their favorite pastime in America: football, baseball, basketball, hockey. Now there's 10 other sports out there, and soccer's huge. I mean, here in Nashville, just all that kind of stuff. In Mexico, from a cultural perspective, you have soccer, and yes, you do have a little baseball and little American football, different sports. But Lucha Libre is culturally, generation after generation after generation, is right up there at the very top. So from a cultural perspective, it's bigger than it is in Japan or the United States. That's something that, Conrad, that I think we'll talk about for weeks and months to come. From a cultural perspective, the U.S. audience, in a lot of ways, they don't know what they're missing. And I'm happy that we get to do these episodes, because the Lucha Libre fan base, they love a great story. It's not all about flips and flops and all that. There's a lot of storytelling that goes into, and the Lucha audience loves it. They absolutely understand. They understand when Psycho takes off his belt, he's going to go crazy for a second. Yes, it's showbiz, but man, it's great showbiz.
Rory wants to know, do American wrestlers make great heels in Mexico like the Russians did during the Cold War era of wrestling in the United States?
It all depends to the individual. I loved it. I embraced it. You have other American folks that want to go down there and still believe it's all about the move set, and they are just completely missing the target in Mexico.
Cowboy Arrogance says, and boy, I feel like we're revisiting something here, but this is something that people said. When Sexy Star broke Rosemary's arm in the shoot armbar, was the post-match footage of you that was shown on Impact a shoot or work? You were filmed in a hallway ready to fight and maybe got in Conan's face. I don't think he got in Conan's face, but I think this is the show we were talking about a little earlier where things got ugly.
That I showed my ass.
But there has been a narrative out there that part of what was presented there was a work. And other people say, no, they're just saying that to cover the tracks, set the record straight once and for all, I guess.
It goes without saying, Conrad, that I am not an expert on shoot fighting or submissions or any of that kind of stuff. And I don't want to throw anybody under the bus or anything, but so I'm just going to say diplomatically, okay? I'm watching the screen and watching the Rosemary Sexy Star match, and Bobby Lashley is in the room with me. And I looked at that and I went, that's bullshit. And Bobby said a few words, and I said, Bobby, I ain't no expert, but they took liberty. And I won't say what he said, but he absolutely said, she absolutely did that. That kind of set me over, I felt that I was, and I handled it wrong, but my
Yeah.
mindset was she's under my watch,
Yeah.
Rosemary. If I don't say something,
Who will?
then it's okay. Oh yeah, give him the green light. Just hurt these gringos when he come down here. It's total bullshit. To this day, you can go back and watch. She took liberties with Rosemary. Period.
Brad Stanton has a tongue-in-cheek question. Did you get more heat in Mexico or your match with Ric Flair? Mexico.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, clearly Mexico, right? They were throwing shit.
My hometown of Nashville, people turned on me like a snake.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
You and your bogus ass bull crap with Megan out there playing the violin for a 70-year-old man. Jeez, I'm kidding, Conrad.
Tristan has a tongue-in-cheek question, but it is something that I'm sure some of our fans are wondering. Have you ever gone one-on-one with Montezuma or his revenge while in Mexico?
Don't jinx me. So far, so good. Bottled water, pal. Bottled water.
Listen, I've heard about it, but I've never actually experienced it. But my most recent visit down there, I'm just thinking, that's all just nonsense. But as I come off the plane, as I'm headed to the customs area, there's a giant billboard advertising diarrhea medicine, and in giant English letters, diarrhea. And I'm like, okay, maybe this is
no way.
I swear.
That's funny.
And I thought, man, if I knew somebody else on this plane, I would say, will you take my picture next to this and send it to my wife? Great follow-up question here from Tristan. Can you talk about the difference in working a match in Mexico versus the United States? All the different psychology approaches, and what are some of the things that you would do that would get a lot of heat from the crowd down there? So we know, you throw in tortillas is one of those things. Are there other little go-tos you have that really work down there? And can you talk about the psychology difference between American wrestling and Lucha Libre?
I guess from the casual fan, as far as the physical tagging when you're in tag matches, the physical tag, even a touch tag, doesn't always have to happen. But to me, the spontaneity, is that how you enunciate that word?
Yeah, it is.
In my hillbilly. That is something that it's like it, especially, I'd love to come up with an example, but any young guy, whether it's a Mexican or an American, I would tell them, these people will tell you, if you don't listen to the Lucha Libre audience, you're just doing yourself a disservice. And you can have all the high spots and the flying and this and that, but if you don't kind of let the people get into it, and I'm saying they got their horns and they got their chants and they got this and that, but you got to be the conductor. Does that make sense, Conrad? You got to kind of conduct things. And sometimes in America, people, it's just a different vibe. So if you have kind of a conductor, the mindset that you're gonna do your stuff, but listen to the audience and do it when it's right. But I think that also comes just with time and experience. But also you got to bring a fight. Their tempo of their match is, they love heat, and then they love comebacks, and they love extended heats, and they love extended comebacks. Again, you got to learn the style. It's different than American. It just is.
John wants to know, how difficult was it to adapt to working on the left in Mexico versus the right in the U.S.? I don't think that's the way that goes, but
yeah, you work the left arm
in America,
right? But that's almost passe. That's almost a generation or two removed.
Old school, yeah. Well, Jeff, I'm excited, man. This
you make it through today, pal.
I love. I'm not feeling well.
Folks,
sorry about
not
that.
Feeling well. He was drag assing a little bit. I felt a little bad for the guy. He got him a little Chick-fil-A and had him a little drink. He was a little slow, but folks,
we had fun. This was a
Conrad,
good show.
you just pulled the nose up, did fine.
Hello and welcome to the My World bonus edition for October, exclusively here on Ad Free Shows. That's right, you ain't getting it anywhere else. And boys and girls, we are in for a treat this month because we have two Jarretts joining us. Not only do we have the king of the mountain, Double J, but we have the queen of the mountain, the birthday girl, Karen Jarrett. Jeff and Karen, how are you both doing this week?
Paulie B, it is a treat, isn't it? Got the birthday girl on here, the queen on here. We got some fun clips. Me and you were chatting earlier today. You hope you got them all teed up. But
I can't wait to see.
It is Triple Mania weekend. And, folks often have asked me through my career, different things. And in a lot of ways, right up there, top 5 moments, some of my most successful nights have been with the queen by my side in Mexico. But they say, what is Triple Mania? And it's easy to say, oh, it's the WrestleMania of Mexico. But I just have always said it's much bigger than that, because culturally, professional wrestling, also known as Lucha Libre in Mexico, is just, I don't want to say it's pop culture, because it is ingrained in the culture. There's soccer, or they call it football. And there's telenovelas, but there is Lucha Libre, professional wrestling. So Triple Mania is kind of the granddaddy of them all. It's a special one this year, 30 years in the making. So me and Karen, and I'll let her chime in here, but we've had, I can't say it's been all fun, but man, have we had some wild professional wrestling nights and out of the ring in Mexico.
I'd say it's been fun and scary in moments. Terrifying.
Karen, listen, we have some of those moments here. Yeah. Jeff said we have some clips. And Jeff, I was walking you today, and I was listening to the AAA show of your experiences in Mexico. And by the way, at the end of that episode, Conrad wanted to retitle the show, How Psycho Clown Whipped My Ass, and I Learned to Love It. We thought, what better way to lead the Triple Mania 30 weekend than by reliving some of your and Karen's moments in Mexico? I mean, you guys talked about hair versus hair matches. We heard about that Psycho Clown fun that you had. And Karen, you weren't necessarily besties with Jeff after that whole experience, were you?
No, I don't even.
You're going right for the jugular, Paulie.
Yeah. Like, Paul likes to get my blood pressure up before we ever get anywhere with anything.
But you know what?
That was bad. It's bad.
I could tell the way Jeff handled that when he said, so glad those days are in the rear view. We've had bunch of, so I was like, oh, I got to bring that up. But you mentioned a couple things, Jeff, about at the end of the show that you didn't have time to get into. You said a funny Mickey James and Samoa Joe story about a 5 a.m. flight and no one went to bed. So you got to share that one with us.
So it was when there was quite, 2011, 12, I may be off on that. Samoa Joe. Anyway, we got back from you. The events always go late. I mean, sometimes they don't even start till 8:30, like first match, 8:30. So they go 11 o'clock, 11:30, 12, and you get back. And a lot of hotels in Mexico have a big courtyard that's outdoors, but
we always had a drive too. There was always a pretty lengthy drive afterwards.
So when you have a 5 a.m. wake up, and you get back and everybody's hungry, but also everybody kind of keeps the adrenaline going, if you will.
For the alcohol, per se.
Maybe that. And I'll probably ought to be kind on this. The Queen's already given me kind of a heads up. Look at you. But no, I'll just say this.
We're behind the paywall. Let's have fun.
There was tequila involved, which I don't drink. I certainly don't drink it now, but
Sheila right here.
Sheila. She has drank her share of tequila in the past, and Mickey had some tequila, and Samoa Joe held his fine, but he was kind of a hall monitor, and we had a big van, and there were a bunch of others. Let's just say that that wonderful Mexican spread of food that was sprawled out for us at 5 a.m. It was, came back up in the wrong direction.
Oh God, all 4 of you.
Not me.
Not Joe and not Jeff, but Nikki in her room probably, I think. And I was outside in the garbage can, and Smojo's rubbing my back. Jeff's pissed at me because I'm sick and I can't hold my own. And Smojo's rubbing my back, going, "Oh, Care Bear, come on, Care Bear."
A nickname was born that trip. Care Bear.
Yeah.
Bear.
Care
Poor
Bear.
Joe. Poor Joe was just kind of shaking.
He
his
was
head.
sweet. You were mean.
He was great.
You were mean.
Oh boy.
Those days, the party never ended, so you just had
The
to.
girls couldn't hang. The girls couldn't hang.
That's maybe the footnote of that story.
But it sounds like you guys are in a much better place nowadays. Those days, those days are in there.
I think everybody involved. Yeah.
But the kind of the funny part of the story is Mickey getting to the airport and her bag that you had when you have to go through customs, you just kind of have to open things up and all that. And let's just say that Mickey was like, "Yeah, go right ahead, open up that bad boy. You're gonna love that." Paul, I'll leave that right there. It's great.
Okay. All right. And you said something at the end too. I caught the tail end of it. Stuff in bottles with worms in it. What was that? You said it right at the end of the show.
Tequila. That's a brand.
Okay. All right. I didn't know if it was something else because you mentioned it right after the Samoa.
Oh
Joe.
no, I was. Yeah, I was.
Gotcha.
As Conrad said, kind of talking in Jeff code. And
I got you.
Get it?
Okay. Well, listen, we got a couple clips. We're going to jump right into it. I'm going to mute them and start as soon as I launch them because God knows I can't understand a gosh darn thing that's being said in the clips. But there is some fun stuff here. We're going to start from 2013. It's Triple Mania 21, June 16th. And it's Jeff Jarrett, Matt Morgan, and Monster Pain, and they defeated Los Psycho Circus. But Karen, you're involved a little bit in this. And
this was the Triple Mania of that year, right?
Yeah, Triple Mania 21.
Wow. Karen, wait till you see this. Karen,
I don't know what
she's kind of running blind, but I guarantee you watch.
That's the best. That's the best. I want to run blind.
Her memory will come right back once this starts playing.
Okay. And we'll go for
Am I
that.
gonna have PTSD? Do I have is this?
Yeah, you may.
I you know what? When I was watching this and putting it together, I was like, this is going to be a lot of fun. So here we go. Once, give me a minute because we're doing this through Zoom. It's not as necessarily user-friendly as StreamYard with the videos. But once I get it launched, I'll go ahead and mute it, and we're going to watch it here together. Here we go. And all right, can you guys see it?
Yep.
All right, so I'm not going to. There you are, Jeff, flipping off the crowd, and I think you.
I'm still throwing out tortillas. I had a whole extra bag. Mania. There's so for the newbies out there, the little quick profile shot they just got. First, Karen's got short hair. Dorian his mother, but Antonio Pena's sister, Mama is what we affectionately call her. That's Antonio Pena, the founder of AAA. That's his sister, and basically the boss. She is El Jefe of the entire promotion. So there's Matt Morgan, our partner in there, Monster Clown, and there's Psycho Clown, who will be performing this Saturday. But yeah, there's tortillas all over the ring.
Now, who's the guy in the shirt there with the belt over his shoulder by Karen?
On the floor? That guy. You know what? Forgive me for not remembering who this is, but he wasn't a. I mean, he just.
He because I see him throwing punches at some point, and they look like his fists were made of marshmallows. Yeah.
Yeah, but as you can tell, this style, this is a normal, if you will, 6-man tag. There's very little tagging in and out. It's just a big set of heat. All the rudos or heels are beating up on all the baby faces at one time. And there's Psycho outside, and Psycho is the star of these three. But it is a wait, Paul. Who'd you say our partner is? Me and Morgan.
It's you, Morgan, and hold on, let me grab my notes real quick because I got it full screen here. It is, bear with me 1 second. You are with Monster Pain.
Yeah, Monster Pain. Yeah, because there's Psycho. It's the three clowns.
Look at this guy. Here he is. Watch him use the belt here.
Horrible shots, embarrassing shots.
Terrible.
I don't remember who or what that is. There's Hugo.
Yeah.
Who or what?
There's Hugo Savinovich.
Yeah, Hugo. Yeah.
And the referee's El Torrentes. That's a heel ref. And Karen, do you remember who the other female is outside the
I
ring?
don't.
Yeah,
I do-
you and
I
her
mean,
were interacting
it
throughout
is.
the show together. I watched this. Now here we go. This is a big old headbutt to the old, or kick to the old
Yep.
nutsack.
Oh, look at Matt Morgan. Karen, look how all right, there's Mama Peanut.
Do you think
her
Jeff has
mother-
noticed that my hair is short in these yet?
Oh, only a couple times so far. He's not a fan. I'm gathering.
Yeah.
He said, "Yeah."
He
Yep.
just said, yeah.
I love this already. Here we go. This big boy. Holy shit.
That's the big clown, as I refer to him.
Yeah,
Big
we call him Big Clown.
Psycho clown.
How are you
and
guys
that's
communicating with
Hey,
these
and that's
people?
the grandma. That's next to Dorian's mom. That's his grandmother.
As far as the ad-free family that's listening to this, as far as trying to keep things on track, it is very difficult. But
You
you
got
got
to watch it. You can't
You
listen
got
to
to know
this.
a little bit of a Spanish. You got to kind of be able to communicate in there. But as you can tell, it's commonly known as scrambled eggs. But there is a little bit of rhyme and reason to this.
And I had said before on something I did with Paul before, I think, that you, like Conan, when I would go do this stuff, obviously I don't speak Spanish. He'd be like, just go do your shit. Go do your shit.
And
This
here's
is
your
it.
shit.
There we go.
Oh, here we go. This is my shit.
There's
Yep.
the Coke on the hair.
The guy right there is the driver. The driver just wanted to, okay, let me just pour the beer on Karen.
She paintbrushes you.
She does.
Karen, I love this stuff. I can't get enough.
Audio
of
is up. The people reacted to that. They just
They hate me.
they hate Karen.
Oh, we know. We're
It's
about to
so
watch
fun,
what they do.
but
here.
it's so fun to work over
Oh my
Karen, your hair
God.
looks great now. Oh,
there.
There's the witch hat on Karen.
and the
That
people
wouldn't
right now,
stay on.
they're chanting, brew.
What is he doing to you?
He's kissing her.
Kissing me.
Okay, come on. He's crossed the line here. You.
He sure
Yeah.
is, Paul. That's dead
Yes.
gum. In America, that's a arrest warrant right there.
Yes.
Yeah. And this girl really gets it where she shouldn't be getting it right
He gets
here.
to
I
what's
don't
up.
know who that is. I hate that I
gets
don't
to what's
Well,
remember that.
this clown's about to get close and personal with her. If you know what I mean. Here we go.
Boom. That's called the what's up. So you know from the Dudley Boys.
Yeah. We call that the old V splash. And so this older lady who grabbed you by the hair, that wasn't Megan Thompson. Who was that again?
Oh,
Go ahead, Jeff.
no. So
Yeah.
Dorian, who's the president, and his uncle founded this company 30 years ago.
Okay.
And that would be her brother. And so that is Maricela Pena.
So Jeff, I got to ask you, are watching this Matt Morgan giving the big old choke slam, and this guy that can't punch tried to punch
Oh
him.
my gosh.
Oh, it's terrible.
He's a milk toast. But I got to ask you, how hard is it to communicate with people while you're doing all this?
Well, you kind of
And they have masks on, so you can't.
and all kidding aside, you just kind of have to know the rhythm and the style and little short phrases and
I
everything.
think you just won.
I did.
It's
The
such a
keeper
train
got
wreck,
his
not a
hand
train wreck. I know you. There's a
No,
style
yes.
to it, but it's so much going on.
Oh,
Yes.
it's madhouse. I mean,
Yeah.
a complete madhouse.
Did you
And-
like it though? You enjoy it?
Oh yeah. When they were putting that hood and look, we unmask them. When they were putting that witch hat on Karen, the whole building was saying brouhaha. That's a witch in Spanish. I mean, it was, super pop. It was huge. But see, you can see how kind of the rhythm of the match, it just keeps going and going and going. And we go from Karen having a witch outfit on to now she's parading around
Wiping my ass with a mask.
with the mask. It's just different. Karen, remember the old bunny girls there?
Yeah, I do.
They
The
hated
bunny
it.
girl.
They were there. They were at all the big shows. All those girls were.
And they just wore bunny ears and sat front row. And they
That's
were
it.
there.
Yep.
Jeff, this has got to feel like a lifetime ago in some ways, though, doesn't
It
it?
does.
Big time. The American flag, and we cut out obviously for time constraints, but our entrance, Karen would come out with the American flag some shows. I would come out with the American flag some shows. They hated that. They absolutely hated our patriotism and everything that went with it. But you can tell a big show, and we leave with a lot of heat. All the Triple Manias are really, folks. This Saturday will see what a big pageantry and presentation it is.
Yeah.
Mama Pena does not look happy.
No, she doesn't. And you mentioned that you had Conan as a booker, as well as now I know Vampiro has, he said has a different locker room, whatever. This is all Conan though, right? You're working with Conan in 13?
13, yes.
Okay.
I would say yes. Yeah. I just, that sometimes because it ebbed and flowed quite a bit.
I betcha. So Matt Morgan, talk about him a little bit. I'm sure, did you have a lot of fun working with him down here at this point?
He's great. He loved it. He, like a lot of times, different guys that would come down, whether it was Abyss or, I think we've covered it on one of the podcasts. Kurt was my partner. And you can imagine, Kurt's style and this style is oil and water. It just didn't go. So different guys.
Look at this guy.
And so, that's the driver. That's her driver. That's
and that wasn't even planned. He was just like, oh, I'm getting involved.
No, nothing. And that's the thing. They'll say, just go over and do your shit. Nothing's ever planned with her. It just whatever goes.
Unbelievable, Karen. But I love that you're game for anything. You're all in.
All in.
But it took me back to Ric Flair's last match with what happened there.
But the fans over there, they're up the entire time. Like the energy over there is just so different. I love going over there.
Well, there's the end of that match. Are you guys ready for the next one? Because we got Rey Mysterio.
I
keep it rolling. No, that's done with that. I think we ought to keep it rolling because Morgan was game for everything. He loved it. He kind of, until you're in the ring and you can feel the heat, you just don't know. It's a different experience. It's a different vibe, a different energy.
I think my dress was a little small.
Yep.
I think the dress is fine. It's just the hair Jeff's worried about.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, Jeff remembers my short hair and the bunny girls.
Yeah. So far, that's his 2 takeaways.
Don't tell me you don't remember the bunny girl.
I do.
Here we go. I'm going to go in and next event we're going to show is this is 2017 February, and 4 years later, and it's called The Crash. And you got Brian Cage, and Eli Tijuana. Drake, Tijuana, and Jeff against Blue Demon, Garza Jr., and Zorro. And so I have some fun footage of that. So give me a second. I'm gonna pull that one up next. And Karen,
this is February 2017. This is during the time of the relationship of Global Force and Anthem and Impact Wrestling and everything that was going on. So Ed Nordholm of Impact executive management.
Oh God,
was actually at this show in the ring right now. So folks will know that is Eli Drake, also known as a couple of names.
LA Knight, impersonating Trump, wasn't he?
But I was going to say he's doing a Trump impersonation. The Crash is a promotion that uses a lot of AAA talent. And so this is kind of the connection, and there we are. And Karen's got my guitar, and I'm throwing out the tortillas, and Cage is going.
The tortillas is great.
So this place was jammed. Sound like Ricky Morton, jammed to the rafters. But a really good energy, a real good vibe. It was. Did you clip this up?
It's all clipped up, so it's Karen and Jeff heavy highlights.
Yeah. So,
but I wanted to get you coming out to the ring to show the heat.
Yeah, and literally, I don't know how much you're gonna show, but look, people throwing stuff back at it,
and Karen coming back at him. I mean, I love, and then throwing stuff right back at you. I mean, this is you can feel it.
Yeah,
they're flipping you off.
Gum thrown in my hair, batteries thrown at me, anything people could find.
Look at you. You're still going with the tortillas.
Of
Thankfully,
course,
there was no salsa on them or anything. I mean, here you come back around this way, just shit talking, flipping tortillas.
You know who that is? Right behind Jeremy. Shoot, I just gave it away. Behind Karen.
Is it Jeremy Borash?
Jeremy Borash.
Yeah. I did know.
And they had Jimmy. Is Jimmy with the camera?
No, that's Jeremy at ringside.
No, but Jimmy on the other side of the ring.
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to see. But the vibe in the building and what we had laid out and the surprises that we were about to deliver, again, it was good stuff. And Zorro, I don't know what year it was.
Here we go. I clipped it forward here.
I beat him for the mega champion. Anyway, long rival with Zorro. Great talent. Very good.
Do you remember my hair extensions fell out in the ring and he felt bad and tried to give them back to me? And I was like,
look at that. Look at that. Look at Jeff.
Yeah.
Strutting.
And Blue Demon, legendary. Just the mix of guys in this is just now Garza, who is Los Lotharios at WWE right now.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm talking about, Paul?
Yeah.
So,
look.
what the hell?
That was a mess.
Clothesline to Karen.
That was a mess.
That sure was.
Oh, look, there you go, Jeff. You come out, and then I clip this a little bit and fade forward for you coming back in the ring, because you and Brian Cage now getting a little bit of a rift because he's not helping. He's not helping here.
That guy is enormous. He's enormous.
He's jacked. So you help out Eli. He breaks through, and you two get into it, and it's about to get ugly here.
Yep.
You remember any of this? Is it coming back to you?
Just a little bit of a storyline tease, because I think Brian, I don't know if he was a tweener, but there was a reason we did this to keep their true to their characters. Everybody's staying true to their characters.
I got you. Well, you've had about enough of this shit, and you know what happens next.
Yep. Good night.
Ooh, the guitar shot to Brian Cage. And my goodness.
Here we go. Here
she comes. Here she comes. The Hellcat. Sherry Martel Jr. She's coming into the ring.
Everything's about to break down.
And all hell's about to break loose.
Yep.
Has it been since I mean, have you guys ever watched this before since you were there?
I haven't. I have not. I haven't seen this one or the other one.
Well,
Karen, you're really afraid. You're not afraid to get involved and do anything. As I've watched these videos, you really aren't, and which I love. You get in, you mix it up, get your hands dirty, and perfect compliment to Jeff. And who's this guy? The ref just gets the shit.
No idea.
He didn't want to get slapped. I know that. He saw that big ball coming.
But you pick him up again, dude.
Yes.
Yeah, because I think I tell her, or she told me, I want to get him good. Stand his ass up here. Yep. Here we go. Now we're going to get a good paintbrush.
Like, don't turn your head and make me look like an ass.
Look, and so he gets out of the ring quickly. Okay,
he's done. And then here we go.
Here's another ass whooping coming. Good night. Me and Eli dropped right on him. But the build to this, again, Conan, the layered up, the heat coming out. Everybody was positioned in a good way.
My goodness, I don't remember all these people.
Oh, you don't remember this, Karen? It was the
I know, but I don't remember all the people that are involved in it.
And I'm trying to think who that one was right there.
Yeah, no idea. And here we go.
The surprise.
Yep,
and
surprise.
People just
Ray.
They just thought it was what is this? Nobody knew at this time who it was. You kind of knew it was from those.
Yeah. Now that we know who it is after the fact.
Yeah. But for the moment, you didn't really.
You didn't know. Yeah. Big shot from Jeff, and here we go.
And now you go, uh-oh.
And then here we go. Look at the first guy pop up in the crowd, and then everybody else stands up. And it's pandemonium in the audience. Guys, you got to watch this. This is a true watch along.
Yeah, my mouth's hanging up, and you're going to probably have to edit me out of this watch.
This is good. Because now you're getting involved with Rey Mysterio, Karen. You can't help yourself.
And see,
no, I can't.
Ray have known each other since the late 90s.
Okay.
So this obviously the first time. Whoa! Now that's a slap.
Yep, she knows how to give them.
Yeah, but
Don't piss her off.
But her and Ray knew each other. So they knew each other, so they had a familiarity with them. So when this all came down, and Karen's like, "I want to do this," and so Ray was like, "Really?" And they got together, and we all kind of worked all this out, and it was a hell of a spot.
You take down Ray, and then here we go. The Jarretts and Rey Mysterio.
Going over in the locker room, Ray knew exactly
I've never seen
how to get to this spot.
And then here we go. You shove him.
Oh, beautiful.
And you spit in his face.
Booed, ducked, kicking the air.
He goes ahead and kicks you in the tail. This is a whole new take on Tale of the Territories. And then boom, kick in the face.
The slow motion to that is beautiful.
And I
I
thought
wish we had the other angle.
I
on
do.
it. There was.
Guys, I got a treat for you after this. Just keep watching.
I thought he was going to jump right up on that side, and he didn't. So then I said, Ray, go to the top. Then here we go. Whoa, I had to stagger over.
I've got some fan cam footage following this, and I'm going to show it 2 more times because there was that spot was not necessarily how it really went down the first time, guys. I don't know if you remember this.
Oh, yeah.
But we're going to fade to black here in a minute. And the match is over. They're playing music and Celebration Array. But as we keep watching here, this is how a fan got it from his camera in the audience.
You would have to do this, wouldn't you, Paulie B?
Oh, this is fun, man. This is ad-free show stuff where you get it here. Kick to the booty. There she
Ad-free
goes.
shows. Yeah, you're supposed to make us look good.
Well, this is Ray, not you. Whoop.
Oh,
Bucci again in the behind. Wait, what happened again? Whoop. Okay.
that's not nice.
So there we go. There we go. That's some more Mexico memories, and we got that one
But the
captured.
slow motion. I thought you were going to show the version because in slow motion,
There's
a camera
another
right
angle
under
that
it.
I saw online.
No, I didn't get. I don't have that one, Jeff. But
Real connection is
That's
and when
fine.
they hit, it's in slow motion, and he connected us. And yeah, Paulie didn't deliver on that.
It's
You're
but
supposed
that's
to
fun
count
watching
like
that.
good
I
balls.
never watched that stuff.
in the slow
Forget
motion,
this.
though, tell us, because I want to know. Do you remember feeling it, Karen? Did
It was
you?
good.
take-
It was he
It
connected.
was fine.
It was
It
fine, but the
connected.
slow
It was
motion was good.
fine. Yeah,
All right.
it was fine. Ray was it, but when we got in the back, he was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Are you okay?" That's fine.
All right, let's do this last
Okay.
one. This is clip 3. Now, this one I feel like we should turn the audio up, Jeff, unless you're opposed to it, because
Oh,
this is Triple Mania 30, April this year, and this is a lot of mic work. And you're using an interpreter, and it's you and Karen. This is from April, like I said, this
Did you
year.
clip this up as well? Because this got a little long.
It's about 7 minutes. It's our final clip.
Yep.
All right. It's you and Karen interrupting the Latin Lover. So here we go. I'm going to unmute
Latin
this one.
Lover, as you roll this, go ahead. Latin Lover is a legendary star. He was there 2002, 2003. I don't know, up to, 8, 9, 10. He's won Dancing with the Stars in Mexico multiple times. He's on dance shows. He's now much more of a TV and movie star. He hasn't been in a wrestling ring, had in a wrestling match in years. Monterey is his hometown. And so this April, this year, they're doing it different. They have 3 Triple Manias. Triple Mania 1 was in Monterey. Triple Mania 2 was in Tijuana with Hardys and all Young Bucks and all
Young
that.
Bucks, yep.
3 is this Saturday. But the first one was in Monterey, had all the legends, but Monterey gave Latin Lover an award.
Okay.
Kind of like a lifetime achievement award. And this is the scene that we busted.
Great job setting that up, because I see him. We'll start off. The guys will see it here soon. The guys and gals it starts off with him with an award in the ring. So thank you for explaining that. So here we go. Clip 3, final clip of the bonus. Latin Lover getting his award.
Y tratando siempre de deleitar a todos ustedes, el público. Y al día de hoy no va a ser la excepción. No hay nada el día de hoy que vaya a empañar esta gran fiesta para Latin Lover. Muchas gracias.
We all know that music.
Traduskar! Traduskar, get to the ring! Traduskar! Traduskar! Get to the ring! Get to the ring right now! Tradusko! Get to the ring right now! But son!
Go ahead, Jeff. What were you saying?
Karen waving the flag. This is at the baseball stadium in Monterey. I think there was, 15, 20,000. It was a hell of a crowd. That is Jesus, the in-ring ring announcer that he had kind of gave the floor to Latin Lover, and Latin Lover was given his acceptance speech. And we, our music cued, we go out. I'm immediately looking to, all right, where's Mama Pina at? Just wanted to make sure that she knew our presence was there. And
there you go.
Go over and I give her the business, and the people knew what was going
Tell
on.
him about the urn that's next to her.
Oh, yeah.
The urn, that's representation of Antonio Pena. He never misses a Triple Mania. That is his ashes that go to, I don't know if it's every show, but most shows, Pena's ashes are in the urn.
Oh, wow. Okay. I like that jacket. Nice.
You should, Paulie B, after you tried to make us look like idiots. But
that wasn't you guys. That was Ray. All right. Do you want to listen to some of this? Because you use an interpreter, so we do understand what you're saying.
If you would, touch on it. We basically were just coming out, and I don't want this to get too long-winded, but we were coming out to let our presence be known and be the heels that we are, and the reaction. Right. And I know I did watch this back. I've actually watched the clips prepared for this, but
okay.
The
thanks for sharing.
Yeah, the heat that we had here, it was they really thought me and Latin Lover were going to go down this night. It was I thought our reaction would be good. It was super good. It was really, really good. So if you want to crank it up, you'll get.
Let's listen to it.
Queen of the Mountain, Traduzco. Traduzco.
Dice que para que lo sepas, él es el rey de la montaña y ella es la reina de Monterrey.
I'm the king of Monterrey. You're not the king of Monterrey. Basically what I'm telling.
Am a 6-time Intercontinental Campeón.
Él ha sido, para que lleves la cuenta, 6 veces campeón.
I'm a 6-time NWA World Heavyweight Champion.
Campeón 6 veces de peso completo.
I'm a 2-time AAA Mega Champion and the longest reigning international superstar ever in AAA.
Just giving him the stat.
Dice que ha sido
crank it up.
2 veces mega campeón, cosa que tú jamás podrás entender.
Karen, do you remember it being this windy?
And I
don't.
Am a WWE Hall of Famer.
You tell him, honey.
That's my
miembro del Salón de la Fama de una de las franquicias más importantes de la lucha libre en el mundo.
Look at those things.
There we go.
Let him go.
There's the brouhaha.
And you know what else? You know what else you are? You're just like all these other people in here. Nothing but dirty basura.
Que toda esta gente de aquí es pura basura.
Maniacal, evil.
Pues mira, dile. Bueno, no le digas nada, mejor se lo digo yo.
Oh!
No. Wait. Listen. One last thing. Latin Lover.
Sí, una última cosa.
Is nothing but a dirty, filthy, grimy Mexican.
I don't want
you tell it?
Here we go.
You're gonna tell him. You're gonna do exactly what I tell you to do.
Traduce. Dice el latín que tú eres poco menos que basura.
And then we can go to mute and all hell breaks loose.
Breaks loose for attended time, but it was a simple setup. He actually got injured this night, and so
I took from this whole angle or another.
Yeah, and
literally just running across the ring.
Yeah,
holy shit!
Summer internship got in the way, so there was no follow up to this. Obviously, Paulie B, but this was the setup.
Look at him.
This was originally the setup, and the security came a little early before Vampiro, and
I did hear they did play his music in a timely manner, so Vampiro had to be happy for that.
It was a mess.
From here, it was a complete mess, but
because he was injured.
No, because
the timing and the security came early, and it shouldn't have gone as long, and it should have been more of a tease, but Latin
So
Lover.
this is all just calling it in the ring. You guys are just doing.
Yes, right here's right. I believe right there is where he injured himself.
Oh no.
Yeah.
And who's this guy in the light colored jacket?
Gosh.
An irritant.
No. What? Oh my gosh! I can't believe I forgot his name.
It's okay.
Great crowd shot. But the people were going. They were definitely into this.
So we got Vampiro is in the ring, and he's punching.
He's going into business for himself about now.
Yeah.
He's doing what?
He's going into business for himself about now.
Oh wow. Okay.
It was supposed to be state focused. It was, the design was me and Latin Lover were to. This is all, but you can tell it's already kind of. I guess you could say just scrambled eggs.
Yeah. It was just we're figuring out as we go.
Outshot, but again, we've tried to ad lib. This was all should have been the outshot right after here. But
I get kissed a lot over there.
Yeah, I see that, and there we go again. These sons of bitches are just trying to take advantage of that anytime they can, huh? Jeff's not even commenting.
No.
What did you say? I was trying to remember because
I said these sons of bitches are trying to take advantage of putting their lips on Karen anytime they can over down there in Mexico.
Aren't they though?
And you know what? They weren't trying it when she had short hair, Jeff. I mean, come on.
True. They were pouring beer on her there.
Hey. Yeah.
They were pouring beer there. Now
that's right. Now she got long hair and they're ready to put their tongue down her throat.
It's amazing what some hair can do.
You can roll out of it here, probably because from here on out, it's
just all hell's breaking loose.
The same, more the same, and more the same, and more.
And it went so much longer than it was supposed to.
Yes.
Man,
a lot of
Jeff,
fun,
but
a lot of fun.
That is, you know what? But at least it gives our audience, the ad free, who you and I were talking and Karen beforehand, that this group probably doesn't have a lot of background, kind of newbies, like, learning what Mexico is all about. So it gives them a flavor of what's going on down there and what you've been a part of.
Yeah. There's some really good matches that we've been a part of. We need to go through and we've had some fun over there. It's crazy.
What about tell us from your perspective, Karen.
I feel like these are like some of the tamest. Like
what about when Jeff told you how he was going to get his head shaved? He talked about it on the podcast, but what did you really think when you were like, honey, I'm losing my hair?
I didn't really like it.
She didn't care. I'm sure her answer or her reply was, "You're getting paid good, right?"
No.
How many decimals in that check?
I'm kidding.
I didn't want him to lose his hair.
Right.
Some good hair.
Well, at least it wasn't you in the hair versus hair match, Karen. So that's good.
Oh, he's talked about that at times.
Holy shit!
Wouldn't that be funny?
But hey, Polly, I won't go there. I'll play. I'll go out there and I'll do my thing. I'm not shaving my head.
You'll take a beard of the hair, but you ain't taking shears to the hair.
You want to kick my ass? You can kick my ass, but you are not shaving my head.
All right, there we go. So don't expect to see that in Mexico anytime soon.
No.
Listen, before we get out of here, Jeff, this was a lot of fun just hearing you guys commentary and talk about it. But we got to talk about what's going on this Saturday night, and that's the big event, the finale of Triple Mania 30. This is the WrestleMania. Can you one more time explain to our audience how big of an event this is?
It's because it's, here WrestleMania has really entered into pop culture in so many ways. Bad Bunny, Gronkowski. We could go down the list of a who's who. Logan Paul's coming up. So, professional wrestling in the United States crosses over into pop culture often now. In Mexico, it is part of the culture. It's not just a pop culture thing that comes and goes. It truly is. There's generation after generation. I mean, CMLL, oldest promotion in the world that's still going. They just had their 80th anniversary. So when I say that it's truly like ingrained in the culture, and that's why it's your World Series, NBA Finals, Super Bowl, Grammy Awards all into one. They'll have dancers, they'll have music acts, they'll have 7 or 8 great matches. They'll have lots of pageantry.
Yeah.
You better pack a lunch because the show in between matches has all kinds of different things. They'll have it's a very theatric, and it's a different style and a different flavor, a lot of mass. But this Saturday there is a hair match, there is a mass versus match, there's a titles match, there's
Camille and Ty Valkyrie, your favorite
match. There's a little something for everybody, but again, it's the big show, and it's the one event out of the year. It's great for folks who've never watched Lucha Libre. This is a great show to start on because it introduces you to the whole
genre.
Yes.
Yeah. Listen, Psycho Clown's going to be there, which we heard is Cody's favorite, and so he's going to be there. Favorite. And hey, let's just hope that Conrad, Connie's going to be there, the big man, the Podfather. Could you imagine if Psycho Clown got his hands on him with his?
I hope he does. I hope he does.
With his ass, Yep.
Okay. You hope he does?
Yeah, I hope Conrad. I hope he gets a chop.
Initiate him. Maybe you can make some calls and have Connie initiate him.
He needs to have some a
Mexican style
chicken soup and some tortillas thrown at him.
Oh, they have some good food over there.
Yeah, no, I heard you're a big fan of the club sandwich. The club sandwich and soup is what we heard.
Their soup, a good food.
Don't get me started. I'm hungry. Well, listen, I'm excited about it. AFS, before we get out of here, which this has been a fun episode, we are going to have a watch party for this event exclusively on ad-free shows Saturday night, hosted by Dominic DeAngelo, 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, this Saturday, Triple Mania 30. Make sure that you do everything you can to be a part of it. We don't do that often for pay-per-view events, so this is a big deal. And so make sure you check it out, sign up, whatever level you need to be at. And Dominic, I know, is going to crush it. And so, Jeff, man, listen, Karen, thank you so much for doing this with us this month.
Appreciate it, my friend. Happy Triple Mania weekend.
There you go. Happy Triple Mania weekend. And I hope you two have a great weekend. And
you too. Go Steelers. Go Steelers.
Tighten up.
Yeah, there we go. And we'll talk football offline. And but listen, thank you guys both so much. On behalf of the Queen of the Mountain, Karen Jarrett, the King of the Mountain, Jeff Jarrett, this is Paul Bromwell. We'll see you again sometime soon right here on Ad Free Shows.